Good morning. Could you raise your right hand for me, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony to give in this cause to be the truth, so help you God. Yes. All right. Have a seat over here, please. All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Kayla de la Cruz.
Ms. De La Cruz, are you employed?
Yes,
What do you do for a living?
I am a nurse practitioner
How long have you been a nurse practitioner for?
since December of 2022.
Oh, okay. Ms. De La Cruz, do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes, he's my cousin's ex-husband,
Okay. Do you know his name?
Billy Delgado.
Can you please point at him and describe a piece of clothing?
He's the gentleman on the left-hand table. He is wearing the long-sleeve blue shirt, black pants, black shoes.
Your Honor, at the time that the record reflects that the witness has ID the defendant.
No objection. The record will so reflect.
And you testified earlier that Billy Delgado, the defendant, is married to your cousin. What's your cousin's name?
Erika de Torres.
Okay. How long have you known Billy Delgado?
Approximately 6 years now.
6 years? Okay. And you also testified that he was the ex-husband?
Correct.
Okay. Can you please describe the relationship as to your personal knowledge of the defendant and your cousin, Erika Torres?
My cousin has a daughter with Billy,
Okay. And what's her name?
Esmeralda Emmy Delgado.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, I don't know, any personal knowledge that you might have as to the relationship that they had?
It could be described as toxic.
Toxic in what way?
I was never physically around Billy, but I would always verbally hear him abuse her.
Judge
Said she had no personal knowledge. She was physically around him.
but she testified that she heard Billy Delgado abuse her. So those are his statements.
I clarify the question for the record. I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you testified that you heard Billy Delgado abuse her, what did you mean by that?
2 weeks prior to this incident, it was my cousin's birthday, May 18th, and I was on the phone with him, with my cousin, while he was telling her something. I cannot recall word by word exactly what it was, but I do recall myself stating, "Did he just threaten you?" And she said, "Yes." He said, "This is my last birthday."
Okay, and when you said threaten you, what did you mean by that? What made you believe that it was a threat?
Because of the way he was speaking to her, the tone of voice that he was addressing her.
Not because of the words he
And
used,
the-
but the tone of voice.
Well, yes, and that's because basically he was saying it was your last birthday, which was giving me some type of clarity that she no longer was going to live.
Okay, and were you concerned for your cousin, Erika?
I was.
Did you tell her anything?
I did.
What was that?
That she needed to address this with Laredo Police Department, and I also made her mother aware of the situation.
Okay. Anything else that you experienced from that relationship?
Not really.
How was Erika Torres with Amy, her daughter?
Erica's a great mother. She's always been involved with her daughters. Most of the time, always together.
Okay. So now let me take you back. Oh, and when you said it was May of 2024, or what year was it?
Correct.
Okay.
May 18th of 2024.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me take you back to June 1st, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Maybe it was Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember from that day, from the beginning?
That morning, Erica and I had gone to go have breakfast. While having breakfast, she did get a phone call where she was speaking with Emmy, her daughter, and her daughter was with her father, Billy Delgado.
Okay, what happened next?
Emmy and Erica were just talking over the phone, and that she wasn't gonna get to see Emmy until tomorrow, which would be Sunday.
Her phrase of a conversation she's not a part of, it's over the phone. She's not listening to the entire conversation, so we're getting a distorted view of whatever she's interpreting.
I'll rephrase it.
I'll sustain that objection, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so you testified that you were with Erica eating breakfast. Around what time was that?
This was before noon.
Before, okay. And you testified that she got a call from Amy. Okay, and after she hung up with Amy, what happened next?
I departed because I was gonna be leaving out of town, and Erica went her own way too.
Okay, what happened next?
Then
Once you left the restaurant?
I leave the restaurant, I get home, I'm preparing my bags to leave out of town. I get inside the vehicle. As we're leaving my home, I see on my phone that I had a missed call from Erica. This missed call was at approximately 1:16 when I received a phone call from her, and around,
PM?
correct.
Okay.
And then I also received a text message from her at approximately 1:17, 1:19, and by 1:20 I called her back. In that text message, in my statement, it's word per word as to what I received message from her, but basically stating that she was lost, she was confused as to why she had to pick up her daughter today when they had already agreed that she was picking up her daughter until the next day.
Which is Sunday, June 2nd, 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what happened next after you saw that you had a missed call and a missed text from Erica Torres?
So at this point, I'm already on the line with her. She's stating that she's confused, that she's lost, that she's on her way to pick up her daughter, and that she's almost there.
Did she tell you where she was going to pick up her daughter, Emmy?
She stated at Emmy's biological father's residence.
Which is?
I've never been to Mr. Delgado's home.
Yeah, okay, so it was Billy Delgado's residence.
Correct.
Okay, and then what happened next after you called her back?
She didn't want to hang up, so she told me to wait, that she was already approaching, and as she's approaching, I hear multiple gunshots. Approximately 6 gunshots. I hear her scream, frantically crying.
So let's stop you there. When you heard the gunshots, how did that make you feel?
I was shocked.
Were you expecting to hear any gunshots?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you're on the phone with Erica Torres. You hear multiple gunshots. What happens next?
I hear her scream.
Do you know what she was saying?
She was in pain, screaming in pain, and she just says, ah, ah. And as she screams, the call drops. I immediately call her back and I say, are you okay? She says, no, call 911. Billy shot me. He shot me. He shot me. As she's telling me this,
At that time when she's telling you that, what was going through your head?
she's injured. She's injured. We need to get an ambulance. We need to get paramedics on scene.
Did you
She
believe
needs
her at that time when
assistance.
she told you that?
Yes, because of the way you're in distress. When somebody gets a gunshot wound, you're not going to be calm, collective. You could hear that she was in distress. She was in pain. She was frantic.
Okay, so when she told you, call 911, Billy shot you, Billy shot
I
you,
put
what
the
happened?
phone on speaker and I'm starting to dial 911 without knowing that the other call would drop with her. I thought I would be able to merge the calls. So her call drops and I begin to speak with the operator. As I speak with the operator, I give my cousin's full name, exactly what I heard, her location, the vehicle she was driving, and I have her on Find My iPhone where I was able to give the location based off Find My iPhone.
Do you remember that location?
It was in Smith Street.
May I approach?
Exact numbers, no.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you like an aerial map of the city. This is North Smith. So it was like more or less around this area where the apartment was. It's Reynolds, Smith, and here's Clark, and here's Arkansas. And this is where he lives. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay.
that was North Smith Avenue, the address I believe I gave to the 911 operator.
So more or less, this is the location that you gave 911 because based on your phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then once you tell 911 the location, what happens next?
I spoke to the operator for approximately 2 to 3 minutes, letting her know that I did hear gunshot wounds, that Erica did verbalize to me that she was shot.
What happened next?
I requested EMS to arrive to the scene, but as I'm on the line with 911, I can see that she's moving, and that's when I see that now she's at the corner of Clark and Arkansas.
May I have the witness, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so now you're seeing in your phone that she's in this location?
Yeah, she was on Clark. And
On
then
Clark.
going
So you see her moving pretty
heading-
much on Clark.
Mhm.
And did your phone give you this location at the corner of
Yes.
Arkansas and Clark?
Yes.
Okay. So she drove based on your phone all that distance.
Correct.
Okay, Ms. De La Cruz. Okay. Once you find a new location, you testify that you knew that she was moving and she ended at the corner of Arkansas and Clark. What happens next?
I arrived to the scene.
Okay. And what happens next?
Upon arrival to the scene, I see her green Kia Soul. She's in the driver's seat. She's restrained, wearing her seatbelt. You see airbags deployed from the passenger side, because that's where the side I was in. You see her slump forward. I scream her name. She doesn't respond, so I already know that now we're in trouble.
Let me ask you, you testified that you saw a green Kia Soul. Do you know what Erica drove?
Erica drove that green Kia Soul.
Okay, so once you got to the scene, did you see multiple cars, or you only saw the?
Correct, it was a 3-car collision.
Okay. But your focus was where?
On Erica. Why? Because by this point, I already knew that that was not the initial scene.
Yeah.
And I knew that most probably they didn't know that she had gunshot wounds.
Okay, so once you arrived to the green Kia Soul, what do you do next?
I see that there was a bystander man on the driver's seat, on the driver's side. He was holding, trying to hold her neck. And I tell him, I'm like, she has gunshot wounds. He's like, nobody shot gunshot wounds. No gunshots here.
Was that man in uniform, or was it just a regular?
A regular white t-shirt.
Okay, and then what happened next?
And then I reconfirmed with him. I said, no, I heard the gunshot wounds. Erica confirmed verbally, telling me that they were gunshot wounds that she just suffered. At this point, Erica is already, she's pale. At this point, he doesn't let me touch her, so I can't check for a pulse, because that's immediately what I was trying to get to. I wanted to see if she still had a pulse, or we needed to go ahead and intubate, start CPR.
Was she conscious at that time?
No, she wasn't conscious.
And then what happened next?
EMS was already at the scene. I told them we need to get a stretcher, like she needs to go straight to the hospital. I am a trauma nurse, so I do understand the gravity of what was going on, what basic process was needed next. Basically, she needed to arrive to the ER, get intubated, and go straight to the OR so that the trauma surgeon can start.
For the record, you testified earlier that you were a nurse. You've been a trauma nurse for how long?
I finished in May of 2018 as a registered nurse, and I did all my undergrad in emergency nursing.
Okay, so you kind of knew what you were talking about. That's why you were giving advice to the people there, right?
Correct.
Okay, and what happened next once you tell them, she needs to go to the hospital, ER right away?
I told him to go to the nearest ER, which was LMC, and that I would meet them there. And before they left, I told them that she was a full quote, that we did agree for her to get intubated, and that we did agree for her to get any blood necessary, because at this point I knew she had lost a lot of blood.
Okay, so once you arrived to the crash scene and you saw the Kia Soul and you saw your cousin, what was going through your head?
Based off what I heard, based off my clinical and medical experience as well, I knew that only God was able to do a miracle on her.
Okay. And once you saw her leave in the ambulance, what happened next?
I prayed and I followed the ambulance.
You went to the hospital too?
Correct.
I'll pass the witness at this time, Judge.
Judge, will we approach? Ms. De La Cruz? Good morning.
Good morning.
You stated you are Erica's cousin?
Correct.
Okay. And you were talking about conversations that Erica was having on the phone. You weren't on a three-way, correct?
No.
Okay, so you were listening to part of the conversation?
Correct. We were sitting next to each other, hearing her daughter.
All right.
And
so
the
you-
purpose of that phone call was only to
Let me, just do this
verify.
question and answer if you can. So you were not on a three-way phone call, you were next to them, and you were only hearing parts of the conversation, right?
She's on speakerphone at this point.
But you don't know, you understand that's Billy on the other side and Eric on, and you're watching Erica talk to him, right?
Which phone call are you referring to?
The first phone call,
Billy wasn't on that phone call. It was Emmy.
Emmy, okay. Kayla, they asked you a question and you said that Erica was a good mother.
Correct. Based off my experience, what I've seen,
Okay.
she is a good mother.
Did you know that she was driving intoxicated? Do you have any knowledge of that? She was driving
Objection, Your Honor.
intoxicated?
May we approach?
Can I ask her if she has any knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge that she was driving around intoxicated with her children?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of the fact that she was assaulting my client while he was driving with the children in the back seat?
No.
Okay, so you don't know all about Erica, do you?
No.
All right, do you have any knowledge of her being abusive to Billy?
No.
No physical violence, you have no knowledge of that?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of her dropping him off in the middle of the night so he had to walk home miles?
No.
So you don't know the complete story of their relationship, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you do know that Erica has another child, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And were Billy and Erica married?
Yes, they were.
Did they become separated?
Yes, they were.
Okay, do you know where Erica was working at during their separation?
Yes,
Where was she working at?
at her father's home health and with another agency.
Did she have any other types of jobs besides those two? Did you know?
No.
You said you received a call from Erica, so you missed it, you called back, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you went to the scene
Correct.
because you could follow her?
Correct.
And did the other, who actually witnessed you talking to Erica and seeing Erica?
The person that was in the vehicle with me.
Who was that?
Dylan.
Who?
Dylan Lauren.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the last name.
Dylan Lauren.
Can you spell the last name?
No, I cannot.
So how do you pronounce it again?
Lauren.
Lauren?
Rain.
Lorraine? Okay. And so Billy got off the car with you?
Excuse me?
Did Billy get off the car with you? To go see?
How did Billy get off the car with me?
Well, who's that person sitting next to you, the passenger?
Dylan.
Dylan. Did Dylan get off the car and see you?
Dylan is the driver and I'm the passenger.
Okay. I'm asking you, did Dylan get off the car and go witness you help Erica?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm asking you, okay?
I'm sorry, I understood you said Billy. Did Billy? I
And
said
we
no,
corrected it
Dylan.
to Dylan, okay?
Thank you.
All right. And who else witnessed you there?
I spoke with a police officer while I'd seen the person that was on the Kia Soul, that off-duty police officer, because he told me, he's like, I'm an off-duty police officer, basically that he was going to take care of her.
Okay, you told him that she had been shot.
Correct.
Okay, so he didn't discover that she was shot.
I don't know what he saw, but I verbalized and confirmed to everybody I'd seen that she had been shot and she needed to get on the ambulance stretcher as soon as possible.
All right, thank you very much. I have no further questions, Judge.
Just a couple of quick questions, Your Honor. Ms. De La Cruz, you testified earlier that on Saturday, June 1st, 2024, you were going out of town.
Correct.
Okay, and this was noonish, right?
Yes,
Okay, and were you going out of town by yourself or with someone else?
with a friend.
And that friend's name was what?
Dylan.
Dylan Laurie.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Judge?
No questions.
No recall.
Recall, Mr. Vega?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you are excused now to recall. You can either stay in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. Let's see, counsel up here real quick. Yes, sir. Sir, come on up. Have you been sworn in the case?
Yes, sir.
All right, just have a seat then. Adjust that microphone, make it comfortable for you. Ladies and gentlemen, you were sworn inside your prison, first day of trial, he is under oath.
Yes.
Have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant Vaquera.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Sergeant Jesus M. Vaquera,
Okay, and where are you employed?
Laredo Police Department, sir.
All right, and how long have you been employed by the Laredo Police Department?
26 years, sir.
And what is your current position with the Laredo Police Department?
I'm currently the Central Sector Patrol Supervisor.
Okay, now I want to ask you about the case at hand. Are you familiar with this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how are you familiar with this case?
Back on June 5th of 2024, I was assigned as a detective to the Special Victims Unit, and a case related to this case was assigned to me.
Okay, so back in 2024, just so we can understand, what division were you assigned to back then?
Special Victims Unit.
Okay, and what types of cases are those?
It's domestic violence and sexual abuse.
Okay. Now, when you got that assignment, what was your role in that case?
I was the lead investigator in the case.
Okay. So, what did you do in investigating that case?
When I got the case assigned, I proceeded to read the preliminary report that had been filed by the officer on June the 1st, 2024. And I read that the report was of an allegation of an outcry of sexual abuse. So after further reviewing the case, I proceeded to make contact with CPS in light of the situation that the mom was in the hospital and the dad was detained, to find out who had custody of the child to set up the child for a forensic interview at the Children's Advocacy Center.
Sorry, what was that last part?
To set up the child for a forensic interview at the Children's Advocacy Center.
At the Children's Advocacy Center. Okay. Let me ask you, what is a forensic interview?
A forensic interview is an interview done by a professional counselor that speaks to or interviews children that are victims of a traumatic incident or are victims of a crime.
Okay. Why do you all take children to be interviewed at the Children's Advocacy Center by a forensic interview?
We take the children to the Children's Advocacy Center to be interviewed because, as per LPD policy, we do not interview children that were victims of a crime or if they're suspects of a crime. We only interview children as witnesses only.
Okay. So if a child is a victim, you all...
We don't, none of the officers interview the children at all.
Okay. Why is it important for a child to be interviewed by a forensic interviewer?
It's important for them to be interviewed by a forensic interviewer because children, are very susceptible to being directed, as far as being told what to say and stuff. And the forensic interviewer is trained to ask specific questions about and in a specific way about things that might have happened to the child.
Okay. Have you ever observed a forensic interview?
Yes, I have several times.
Okay. What do forensic interviews consist of?
The forensic interview consists of, first of all, the forensic counselor establishing rapport with the child, making the child feel very comfortable with them and everything, that they're in a safe environment, that they can speak freely, that nobody is going to be pressuring them or making them feel nervous. It starts with a question and answer, and it also includes role playing with anatomically correct dolls, and also pictures of the anatomically correct body of a little girl or little boy.
Let me stop you there, because you used the word anatomical doll. What's an anatomical doll?
An anatomical doll is a doll of a little girl or a little boy that has all the body parts of the child. Like the way the child sees herself, she sees the little doll.
And
Everything.
why do forensic interviewers use anatomical dolls?
A lot of times, depending on the age of the child, if the child is a very young age, like between 4 and 5, that their language development is barely coming up, the dolls help them to answer the questions that the forensic interviewer is asking.
Okay. And you said an anatomical drawing. What's an anatomical drawing?
It's a drawing also like of the doll, but it's on a drawing, and they sometimes use that so that the child can point to the parts of their body that are their private parts.
Okay. And what's the time limit on a forensic interview?
There's really no time limit. It's just however long the child takes to tell what they need to tell or whatever they have to tell the forensic interviewer.
Okay. So you were investigating this alleged rape. After the interview of the child in this case, what information did you have?
Basically, the child did not outcry to any sexual abuse. The child was more saying everything that transpired during the incident with her mom and her dad.
What's an outcry?
An outcry is when the child says that something has happened to him,
Okay.
like in sex abuse or and stuff.
In this case, after the child's forensic interview, what evidence did you have to go forward?
After the forensic interview, really didn't have any real evidence to follow up on because the child didn't give any specific. First of all, she didn't outcry to being sexually abused, and she didn't give any details that I could follow up as to the allegation.
Okay. And based on your training experience, what did you do after that?
After I finished my investigation and everything, I proceeded to staff the case with the MDT.
Okay. The MDT, what is the MDT?
The MDT is the multidisciplinary team, which is a community team made up of the district attorney's office, the county attorney's office, the Laredo Police Department, CPS, the forensic interviewers, and the forensic counselors from the Children's Advocacy Center.
And when you present a case at the multidisciplinary team with these different agencies of the community, how are they staffed?
We present the case to the district attorney's office. I present whatever evidence I have on the case, what was found out from the case. They also hear from the forensic interviewer as far as the interview of the child, and they also hear from CPS on their investigation, what they learned from their investigation.
Okay. What was the decision on this case?
After everything was presented, the multidisciplinary team came back with insufficient evidence, and they went ahead and closed the case.
Okay. And based on your training experience, why do you believe the multidisciplinary team closed the case for that reason?
The reason that they closed it was because the child didn't outcry to any sex abuse.
And when you mean the child didn't outcry to any abuse, what do you mean by that?
That during the forensic interview, the child never stated that she had been inappropriately touched or that anything had happened to her in a sexual manner.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Sergeant Vaquera, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, can you give me the definition of an outcry?
I'm sorry?
Can you give me the definition of an outcry?
I would say just saying something had happened or something has occurred.
It would be the first person that the child makes a outcry to, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who was that first person?
I believe it was Mr. Delgado.
Okay, so there was an outcry made, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I think you told the jury there was no outcry. There was an outcry made, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did anybody go and attempt to interview Billy Delgado concerning the outcry?
No, sir.
Okay, do you know who the alleged perpetrator is?
Yes, sir.
Who is it?
I believe it was an uncle
An uncle, whose uncle? On the paternal side or on the maternal side?
on the maternal side.
Okay. And did you go interview that uncle?
I attempted to interview him, but I was unable to interview him.
Okay, so you never even made an attempt to interview the alleged perpetrator. You don't even know what he's going to tell you. He may confess to you, right?
But I didn't have anything to really question him on, sir.
You had an outcry.
We had an outcry, but the child had to be interviewed first to corroborate that outcry.
And can you tell us how old the child was?
I believe she was like 4 or 5.
She's 4 years old, and she's scared. She's alone. Was her mom with her? Was her dad with her? Was her paternal grandmother or maternal grandmother with her during the interview?
No parents are allowed on the interview.
You're talking about 4-year-old who doesn't make a statement to CPS, and therefore there's nothing to go on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you give us? Did you even do a criminal history on the alleged perpetrator?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that Erica's brothers
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
So, did you do a background check on the alleged perpetrator?
No, sir.
So, the investigation ended right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, the finding is that not that it didn't happen, right?
Yes, sir.
Just that you don't have, because the child didn't tell you something, it ends with that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you don't know the alleged perpetrator had a criminal history, had done this before, was going to confess to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did the decision that you didn't continue the investigation have anything to do with that Erica's family is related to a district judge in this courtroom? This
No,
courthouse?
sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Had nothing to do with that?
No, sir.
All right, so was it a brother of Erica's or was it an uncle of Erica's?
It was a brother.
A brother. So that relationship with the district judge at this courthouse had
I'm
nothing to
object,
do
Your
with
Honor,
it.
to the relevance of this, Your Honor.
Also stand objection.
What was can you tell us what the decision was to terminate the investigation?
The case was presented to the MDT, and based on the outcome of the forensic interview, that's what the multidisciplinary team made the decision.
So a 4-year-old makes no statement and it ends there, right? Basically.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, I have no further questions of this witness.
And Sergeant Vaquera, I'm going to ask you, is there a difference between an outcry and an outcry witness?
Yes, there is.
What's the difference between an outcry and an outcry witness?
An outcry witness uh, has already been interviewed, and there has been established that something did occur, that something did happen to that person. On an outcry, it's like a third party, a hearsay that we're getting from somebody saying that the victim told them that this had occurred.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you. It was asked about it was mentioned how the child was alone during the interview. She was by herself when she was getting interviewed by this trained professional. Why are parents not allowed to be with the child while they're getting interviewed by a forensic interviewer?
It's so that the child will feel more comfortable, so the child won't feel pressured, because we all know that small children, when asked questions by a stranger or somebody they don't know, they automatically turn and look at the parents to see, whether they're answering like they're supposed to, whether or not they ask for approval from the parents. So to avoid the child having that pressure or stress on them, it's the reason that no parents or grandparents are allowed in the interview room.
Based on your training and experience, when there's no outcry made during a forensic interview, what are you supposed to do?
If we don't have any other evidence or facts to follow, I don't feel that we need to bring in a person to ask them for what, or accuse them of what, if I don't have any other facts to go on. So.
Okay. Now, after you did the forensic interview and you discovered that there was no outcry, what, if anything, would you have to talk with about to this potential suspect in your investigation?
If anything, is just bring him in and just tell him that an allegation was being made, and if he had anything to say in regards to it. But if
So who made that allegation?
the allegation was done by the defendant.
And what do you have to corroborate that?
Nothing, because I don't have any follow up from the child to what she told him.
Ask the witness.
Sir, is it normal for you not to interview the alleged perpetrator?
We make the attempt,
Do
sir,
you want me to
but
use
if he
ChatGPT to answer that?
Uh-oh. Okay.
we make the attempt to contact the suspects on all cases, but if they do not call back or do not respond to us, there's nothing we can really do.
So you don't go knock on their door?
We attempt to, and we attempt to call him and everything, but if he doesn't respond back, there's nothing more we can really do. We can't force him to come in.
That's all I have of this witness, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good recall either side.
No recall, Your Honor. No recall.
All right, sir, you're excused, not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your next witness.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Give you your break a little early. Take 15 minutes. We will see you back in. The bailiff will bring you back in 15 minutes, and we'll resume with the next witness. That should be close to 10 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
have a seat in the courtroom. You may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we're gonna be calling Rebekah and Lloyd.
The state calls Dr. Mederos to the stand, Your Honor.
I apologize, Your Honor.
All right, good morning, sir. Would you raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony to give in this cause to be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Just have a seat, adjust that microphone, make it comfortable. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the record?
Ivan Mederos
And where do you reside?
in Laredo
How are you employed?
by the Laredo Medical Center.
Okay. And what position do you hold there?
I'm a staff general surgeon at the hospital.
And could you briefly tell us a little bit about your educational background and your professional training that qualifies you as a medical doctor?
Yes, I earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Miami in 1983. I earned a medical doctor's degree from Wake Forest in 1988. I then went on to New York, where I trained with the Catholic Medical Center at Jamaica Queens, Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and New York Hospital for 5 years doing my surgical residency. After that, I became board certified in 1994. I've been in Texas since 1993, 4 years at Corpus Christi Naval Hospital, and I've been in Laredo since 1997.
And I'm sorry, you may have said it, but you're licensed to practice medicine in
I am licensed to practice medicine in Texas since 1994.
1994, okay. And generally, what does your practice consist of?
It consists of general surgical practice to include gastrointestinal diseases, breast cancer, and I take trauma call 1 week out of the month for the Laredo Medical Center.
And do you belong to any professional organizations?
I belong to the American College of Surgeons.
Have you testified before as an expert?
I have not.
Okay. During the course of your duties as a medical doctor, have you examined and treated individuals with injuries?
Yes, I have.
How about gunshot wounds?
Yes,
How about gunshot wounds to the abdomen?
yes.
Has this been on a few or many occasions?
I don't have the exact number, but I will say many occasions.
And generally, what type of injuries do you see in your field?
The most common is really blunt injury, motor vehicle accident, but we do see a fair share of gunshot wounds and stab wounds.
Okay. And then on June 1st, 2024, did you examine Erica Torres?
I did.
When and where did this occur?
This occurred at the emergency room at the Laredo Medical Center.
And how did Erica Torres come to you at the emergency room at Laredo Medical Center?
She arrived by ambulance as a trauma code.
Can you explain to us what trauma code means?
A trauma code is activated when somebody is severely injured and has a life-threatening injury.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
And has a life-threatening injury.
Life-threatening injuries.
Yes,
And did you observe any injuries on Erica?
absolutely.
What injuries did you observe on Erica Torres?
She had 3 gunshot wounds to the abdomen. She had a gunshot wound to the right thigh, and she had a gunshot wound to the left hand.
Can you describe these injuries a little bit for us in detail?
Yes, you know, they're holes that are made by bullets that are very typical. She also had a fracture of the, I believe it was the right ankle with deformity. In addition to that, she was extremely hypotensive. That means low blood pressure. She lost consciousness within a short period of time or right into the emergency room.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask the court permission for something in a bit, but if I were to ask you to step down and be able to, we actually have a diagram here for demonstrative purposes for the jury. If I were to ask you to step down and mark the injuries where you observed them on the diagram, would you be able to do that for us?
I can.
Your Honor, may I ask permission from the court for the witness to step down and be able to show the jury on the diagram where the injuries he observed on
Yes.
Erica Torres?
Please do, Doctor.
Okay.
So this is the diagram, doctor. Here's a marker. Can you please mark the injuries that you observed on Erica Torres that day where you were treating her? And does that include the fractured ankle?
It does not. These are the actual gunshot wounds that I observed. She had two here, one here. This was a pull on the thigh, and she had a pull on the hand. That's why I marked on the other side. The ankle, it was the right or left ankle, but basically you saw the former of the ankle. It wasn't straight. It was crooked. It was straight.
Thank you, Dr. Mederos. You can take a seat. Thank you. And at this time, Judge, I would like to admit this as State's Exhibit 1 for demonstrative purposes for the jury.
Objection.
No objection, demonstrative. Demonstrative.
Okay, it's admitted.
And just for the record, Judge, I put 1 demonstrative. Did Erica Torres describe how and when these injuries were inflicted?
She could not.
Why not?
She came in screaming in pain, and like I said, shortly after arriving, she lost consciousness due to the low blood pressure.
What treatment did you perform on Erica Torres?
She was resuscitated in the ER as much as possible while we called the operating room team in. This was on a Sunday afternoon. She got blood transfusion, other blood products, saline, taken to surgery. Her blood pressure went as low as 42. Normal systolic should be 120, and she was not conscious.
What's the significance for about her blood pressure being that, I guess, that low, at 42?
It indicates ongoing internal hemorrhage.
Internal hemorrhage. And if that were left be untreated, what may happen?
She would die.
Okay. Was there a specific procedure you performed on her?
Yes, she was taken to surgery, and she underwent what's called a damage control laparotomy.
Laparotomy. And can you explain to the jury what a laparotomy is?
Yes, a laparotomy is when we open up the abdomen to look inside and, in her case, control the damage and specifically stop the bleeding.
And why perform this procedure on her?
Because if we didn't stop the bleeding, she would have been dead.
How many laparotomies, and I hope I didn't butcher that, how many laparotomies did you perform on Erica Torres?
2.
2. Can I ask why twice?
Yes, so the goal of the first laparotomy is to stop hemorrhage and stabilize the patient. She was very unstable. She has something called metabolic acidosis. Her pH was 7.85. Normal pH should be 7.4. Below 7.2, you start having problems with myocardial contraction, and she was at risk of dying. So you need to stop the bleeding, continue resuscitation in the intensive care unit, normalize her body temperature, and then we can come back and treat additional injuries.
And at what pH level did you just say that?
6.85.
And what was hers?
No, sorry, that was her pH. The
Okay.
normal should be 7.4.
Okay. And And anything below that is?
Anything below 7.2 is critical.
Okay. And then after you performed the laparotomy on Erica Torres, what did you do with Erica Torres?
We sent it to ICU to continue resuscitation.
Okay. And up to this point, since you received her and you've done all this up to this point, what were her chances of survival?
I would say less than 50%.
How about what were her chances of survival without the treatment that you had done?
100%.
I'm sorry?
100%. She would have
100%.
died.
She would have died. Okay. Now, Dr. Mederos, are you generally familiar with the legal definition of serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Okay. And so, is it your understanding then that serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ?
Yes.
That's your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Now, keeping that definition in mind, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the injuries inflicted on Erica Torres constituted serious bodily injury?
Yes. The only thing she didn't do was die. She had everything else that you mentioned.
All three.
All three.
Thank you, doctor. Now, on her medical report, and just for the record, Judge, it states Exhibit 2. It has been pre-admitted into evidence already. I might need the EE or elbow. I'm not sure what it's called for this. And just real quick, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the medical record that you have obtained.
Okay. Pertaining to,
The treatment of Erica Torres.
thank you. And you're familiar with these records?
Yes.
So, on the medical report, aside from a gunshot wound of abdomen, we also see something called traumatic hemorrhagic
Shock.
shock. Okay. Can you explain to me what that is?
Yes. The word shock refers to where you have inadequate blood flow to the organs to supply that require oxygen and nutrients and needs. So you start having organ dysfunction.
And did you treat her for this?
Yes, we did.
If you had not treated her for this, it was left untreated, what could have happened to Erica Torres?
She would have died.
I'm going to refer on the medical report on State's Exhibit 7. Specifically, we're looking at page 17. So, right here, doctor, and you could probably recall it, but based on the medical report, how much blood did Erica Torres lose?
It states there that she received 11 units of packed RBCs, which is red blood cells, 3 units of platelets, and 3 units of fresh frozen plasma.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the question was, doctor, how much blood did she lose?
Did she lose?
Yes.
I estimated 4 liters.
You estimated 4 liters?
Yes.
And so did that mean she had to be replenished with blood?
That's her whole blood volume.
I'm sorry?
That is her whole blood volume.
Was she replenished with any blood?
Yes.
Yes, how much?
The 11 units of blood and 3 units of platelets and 3 units of plasma.
And you mentioned that she lost 4 liters of blood.
Yes.
How serious is that?
To qualify as class 4 shock, which is the worst, all you need to lose is 40% of your blood volume. In total, she lost her whole blood volume, which is 4 liters.
So, What impact to Erica Torres' life expectancy did these injuries that she sustained have on her?
I think
in your experience.
Yeah, in my experience, long term, she's going to have difficulties the rest of her life.
Okay, like what exactly?
She has severe damage to her intestines. She had damage to the pancreas. The pancreas is the main gland in the abdomen that makes the enzymes to digest. She lost a large amount of small intestine, which is where you need to absorb nutrients. She lost at least, while she was here, half of her colon, which has to do with fluids reabsorption. And I don't know how much was left after her multiple surgeries in San Antonio, because she had, on my last operation, still areas that were ischemic. That means that we weren't getting enough blood supply.
You mentioned that she lost a good portion of her intestines.
Yes.
Is there a specific medical term for that?
Yes, when they lose so much small intestine, they get something called short gut syndrome, where the intestine that's left doesn't have the ability to absorb enough fluid or nutrients to sustain her.
And what can that result in?
Malnutrition, vitamin deficiencies.
Now, what impact in regards to Erica Torres' quality of life would these injuries have on her?
The result will be if she recovers enough and the intestines adapt where she can eat, she will always have problems with chronic diarrhea, and she's at risk of having problems with bowel obstruction. And that's pretty much.
Will she require future medical needs?
I think the rest of her life she would need to be monitored for these problems.
How so?
Well, they need to monitor her vitamins, make sure that she has enough vitamin B12 and enough vitamin D, etc. They need to monitor her albumin to make sure she's is nutritionally stable.
And had you, Dr. Mederos, not treated Erica Torres, again, what could have happened to her?
She would have been dead.
With these type of injuries that you saw and that you treated, would this affect the ability for Erica Torres to have a family in the future?
I do not know that, but I would think so, yes.
Now, in your medical opinion, Dr. Mederos, do you feel that Erica Torres will fully recover?
No.
And then a couple more questions before I wrap up, Doctor. So again, you said you're familiar with and just to clarify, you're familiar with the legal definition of serious bodily injury. Bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death. Based on your treatment and the injuries that you observed that day on Erica Torres.
Judge, I'm going to object. She's already asked and answered this question about serious bodily injury.
All right, sustain.
Pass a witness.
Good morning, doctor.
Morning.
How long have you worked here in Laredo?
I've been here 27 years.
27 years. So you established a relationship with law enforcement?
I don't have any relationship with law enforcement.
Did you testify for them?
I had never testified for them.
In court? Have you ever testified for the prosecution?
Never. First time.
This is your first time?
Yes.
So you don't receive any money as a
I don't
stipend?
receive any money whatsoever.
Are you a forensic, do you hold a degree in forensics?
I do not.
Could you tell, since you don't have certification in forensics, I mean, are those entry? I mean, you can't determine whether those are entry or exit wounds?
The bullet wounds. I don't know if they're entry or entrances.
Exit or entries, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, depends on may I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
So it just depends on the shape of her position, how the body was situated. So we could have, whether the bullets were coming from an angle, going straight, going up. We can't tell exactly how many gunshot wounds that is.
And that doesn't concern me. I'm only concerned about what I can fix and what I need to fix to save her life.
So you have no testimony to how many how many actual shots were entered and exited the body, but you can say that those are either a combination of entry or exit wounds, right?
Objection, Judge, he's already asked and answered this.
Yes. If you want me to answer.
And as we see the fracture on the ankle, that is not a bullet wound, right?
That is correct.
Okay. That tends to show that would be some type of injury from maybe an automobile accident, right?
She was in an automobile accident.
And you know that how?
I know that from the EMS report.
Now, did the EMS reports tell you that her airbag didn't deploy?
I do not know that.
Okay. So, I mean, there could have been some injuries caused by the steering wheel, correct?
Not the bullet wounds, no.
Not the bullet wounds, but there could be other injuries that caused
The
it.
only one she had was the ankle.
Okay. But you couldn't tell from the abdomen because of the bullet wounds, right?
No, there was no evidence of blunt trauma to the abdomen or chest.
Did you examine the?
I examined her, of course I
blunt
did.
trauma?
Yes.
Okay. So going over 30 miles an hour, hitting your steering wheel we don't know if she's wearing a seatbelt or not.
She did not have any ecchymosis in the chest. Her chest actually did not show any rib fractures. There was no blunt injury to the solid organs, which is the liver, the spleen. Those are the organs that will be affected.
Did you see her seatbelt was on?
I did not see any of that. No,
Like what do you call it?
I did not see a mark.
A mark. Okay. Why did it take? How long did it take before she started surgery?
I don't know the exact time.
Okay. I think it's according to my summary of the reports. It's like 2 hours. Would that be right?
I don't know the exact time.
Do you know why it would take so long?
It's Sunday afternoon. We have an on-call crew. That means that they have to be activated. They have to physically come into the hospital and set up the OR.
Okay. That could be one of the reasons.
Yes.
Okay. You made a comment about lasting injuries, but this was your limited time with Miss Erica here was the surgery that you performed, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then I believe, if my summary is correct, she exited the hospital like the next day or the day after?
She left. She was transferred to the University Hospital after the second operation.
Okay. And after that, you never saw her again?
Not until a few minutes ago.
Okay. And you have no, you didn't perform any more surgeries in San Antonio or anything like that?
No,
right?
I did not.
So you don't know the extent of her rehabilitation by those surgeries that were done in San Antonio?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Rerec.
No further witness for Dr. Mederos, Judge.
Okay, not subject to recall, either side.
I mean, this is not from the defense.
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, doctor, thank you for coming over. You are excused, not subject to recall.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Yes, Judge, the state calls Rebekah Lloyd stand.
Has she been sworn?
No, she has not, Judge. She.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. Could you raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given in the cause to be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat over here, please. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Rebekah Lloyd, RebekahLLoyd.
And where do you reside?
I work for Texas DPS Crime Lab in Austin, Texas, in the Trace Evidence section.
Thank you for coming down. What is your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist.
How long have you been employed in that occupation?
9 years.
What are your job duties?
I process, preserve, identify, and/or compare trace evidence, which could include, but not limited to, gunshot primer residue, glass, etc. I also prepare technical reports and interpret results of analysis and testify in court as an expert when needed.
And what formal education do you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice from the University of Texas at San Antonio.
Have you received any additional specialized training in the discipline of gunshot residue analysis?
I have internal training with Texas DPS and also external training as well.
Has any of this training been specific to gunshot residue testing?
Yes, it has.
Is your laboratory accredited?
Yes, it is.
Is this accrediting organization recognized by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes, it is.
And what accrediting organization accredits your laboratory?
It's American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And is this accreditation recognized and accepted internationally?
Yes, it is.
Have you been proficiency tested in this scope or discipline?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you were proficiency tested, and what were the results of the test?
A test with results was last year with passing, and I just took another test a couple weeks ago, but it hasn't gone through yet.
So, are you licensed as a forensic analyst by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes, I am.
What did licensing require?
We should have continuing education to continue to keep our license as 32 hours, and that could include going to conferences, get hands-on training in the particular field that you are in as well.
Your Honor, the expert has a demonstrative, but it's only going to be used for demonstrative purposes only,
Okay.
to help the jury. Can we publish it?
Yes.
Lloyd, what is primer DSR?
As you see in the top left image, you have a cartridge. The top of that cartridge is the bullet. Inside of the cartridge is gunpowder, and the back of that cartridge is the primer cup. Housed in that primer cup is a mixture. And that mixture is, as you see in the middle top image, has lead stiffenate, which is the initiator, barium nitrate, which is the oxidizer, it releases the oxygen, and then antimony sulfide, which is the fuel. So when a firing pin of a gun strikes the back of that cartridge, it activates that shock-sensitive primer, which ignites the gunpowder, which propels that bullet down the barrel of a gun. The heat and pressure within that cartridge vaporizes all those metals, as you see in the top right 2 images. And that vapor can land on a person's hands, their clothing, or any objects or persons nearby.
And what is it designed to collect?
It will collect, if you see at the bottom left image, there's a fill kit. Housed in that fill kit are usually two plastic containers, one usually labeled right hand, the other usually labeled left hand. Inside one plastic container, as you can see, is a metal disc, and on top of that metal disc is a black adhesive, so it's sticky. So say you take the left one that says left hand, you open the plastic container, you stub the person's outside as you see, you flip their hand over, you stub their palms and fingertips, and sometimes the webs as well. You'll cap it back and then do the same with the right hand, and then that kit will get mailed to the lab.
And have you testified before as an expert witness in the scope discipline of gunshot residue?
Yes, I have.
How many occasions?
Many times.
Does this include such expert testimony in the courts of this county?
I have not had the opportunity in this county.
Let me show you what has been marked in States Exhibit 36. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the laboratory gunshot residue analysis laboratory report.
How do you recognize it?
It has my name on the second page.
Did you create this report?
Yes, I did.
Does it have your findings?
Yes, it does.
I will now take it to the defense for any objections.
No objection.
Submitted.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to introduce State's Exhibit number 36 into evidence. And may we publish it?
Please.
Now, what materials were analyzed in this report?
There was a GSR kit analyzed.
And was the analysis conducted in accordance with the standards of forensic protocol?
Yes, it was.
What was the result of the analysis?
6 characteristic gunshot primer residue particles were confirmed on the GSR kit. This result is consistent with a person recently having A, discharged a firearm, B, been in immediate proximity of a firearm as being discharged, or C, come in contact with a surface that had gunshot primer residue particles on it. Did you
this confirms that a firearm was used?
or one of those 3 results that I said.
Yesterday it was brought up by the defense counsel when investigator Bala was doing the swabbing of the hands. Would bagging the hands affect the results, or not bagging the hands affect the results of the test?
Bagging, some agencies use a bagging of the hands is just an extra barrier of the hands to protect it from the environment. Sometimes they bag them if they're not going to collect the gunshot primer residue right then and there, and they will collect it some other time. At our lab, we have a 4-hour cutoff limit, so some people bag it and the time cuts off right then and there. and then some people don't bag it. My results will still be the same, whatever I get.
So it wouldn't affect the results?
No, it wouldn't.
Would you happen to know who the GSR grants were from?
The kit was from a Billy Delgado.
That's the one you said.
Ma'am, can I have your name again, please?
It's Rebekah Lloyd.
Ms. Lloyd, pleasure to meet you. I'm just gonna ask these questions just because the state, I think we all know who was shooting the weapon, but just to confirm your analysis, so the jury can understand. Your report states that that the GSR has to be, that you won't accept a sample after 4 hours, right?
Correct.
Does your report state what your error rate is?
No, it does not.
What is your error rate?
I have no mistake or errors. We have policies and procedures in place at our lab to correct anything that are mistakes or errors.
So you don't know if there's an error rate in your analysis, right?
In my analysis, no.
So what gives us an indication that your analysis is trustworthy?
Because we follow policies and procedures. We have standards, ASTM standards, which are American material standards that we follow that are followed by international as well.
So if an error is made because of those policies and procedures, there's not a plus or minus error rate that is attributable to most chemical analysis done by chemists or forensic doctors, right? We don't have that for your test.
It is not in my report.
Is it somewhere else in your notes?
No, it is not.
Is it in your policy manual?
No, there is no plus or minor error rates in our policy or manual.
Okay, the offense date was June 1st. Do you have it on your notes when the kit was submitted?
It is on the report. It was submitted to our Laredo crime lab, if I'm not mistaken, on January 7th.
Okay. The long storage, does it raise contamination risk?
No, it does not.
So the long storage doesn't dissipate any of the minerals?
No, as I showed, or as you see in that picture, it's on an adhesive and it is covered with a plastic container, so it is pretty preserved.
And what was the storage condition that it was in here in Laredo, if you know?
I do not know. I work in the Austin lab.
Okay. So you don't know how it's stored here, right?
No, they have a crime lab as well, and they store it in their vault.
At least that's what they're supposed to do, right?
Yes, and it's tracked, because we have our own specific case lab number that is tracked through our system.
That's at your lab?
No, it's the whole DPS as a system.
So where did this kit come from?
In our lab?
From Laredo or from your DPS office here in Laredo, Texas?
It came in via in-person, I don't remember the person's name, from the agency to the Laredo crime lab.
I don't understand. When they collected the forensic swabs here, right? And then it gets to your place in January, right?
In the Laredo crime lab.
What do you mean in the Laredo crime lab?
So Texas DPS has 16 locations. One of them is Laredo Crime Lab, and I work in the Austin Crime Lab. So it was in the Laredo Crime Lab.
Okay. So it went from the Laredo police station to the Laredo crime lab?
Correct.
The DPS, okay, that's what I didn't understand. Okay. But it took 6 months to do that?
It came in at January 7th to the Laredo Crime Lab. We received it in Austin January 14th, if I'm not mistaken, the same year. And then I started my analysis on January 24th.
Okay. For 6 months, it was stored here at the Laredo Police Department?
I do not know where it was before the crime lab.
Okay. So before January 7th, 2004, before it arrived at the Laredo Crime Lab, you don't know where it was?
No, I do not, until it got to the crime
You
lab.
don't know how it was stored?
No, I do not.
Does your report state that the results could stem from non-firing sources?
This is in one of our definitions on the second page, if I'm not mistaken.
Because you only have 6 particles, right?
6 characteristics. So we have 2 categories that we classify gunshot primer residue. One is a characteristic and the other is indicative. Characteristic is 3 component. It has the lead, the barium, and the antimony. And we look at morphology. Morphology is how does that particle look, as you see in that bottom image on the right, is how does that particle look? Is it molten or melty looking? It has pits and hot spots in it. The other category is indicative. It's a 2 component. It's that lead barium, lead antimony, or antimony barium plus morphology. I found 6 characteristics. And at our lab, we stop around 6 to 8 of confirming, because it doesn't matter if we find 1 characteristic versus 1,000, it's still the same result.
So your result is that that person who had the substance on his hands was exposed to some type of gunpowder, right?
Yes, or the results of those 6 results that I have, or the 3 conclusions that I wrote.
Okay. Can you distinguish from firecrackers or other types of items that have gunpowder?
Yes, particularly with fireworks, they usually have high levels of magnesium and aluminum, so we'll know if it's fireworks, especially the crock ring barrel type.
Okay. Your report does state that this could also be by a discharge, by being close to, being near someone to discharge a firearm, right?
Correct.
Okay. Just so the jury understands, I think they saw who discharged the firearm, but anyway, I appreciate all your answers to my questions. Ms. Lloyd?
Oh, yes, you're
That's all
welcome.
I have, Judge.
Any regret?
Judge, we have no further questions, but we would like to admit the demonstrative states exhibit number 2 as demonstrative only.
Any objection?
What was that? I didn't hear.
What's on the screen, the demonstrative exhibit?
I'd object, Judge. It doesn't have any relevancy. She testified to certain things, but I can't tell from that.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection, it's admitted. Subject to recall or not, anybody? Hearing none, if you're excused, I'm subject to recall. Next one is with
Inez Terrazas, Judge.
Ma'am, can you hear the ambulance? What's the next witness?
Inez Terrazas.
She was sworn.
I don't think she has to.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony you're giving this cause to be the truth, so help you God? Yes. You can have a seat over here.
Yes.
Proceed, Judge.
Please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please say your name for the record?
Inez de Terrazas.
Ms. Terraza, are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an operations manager
From where?
for auto truck transport.
From where, I'm sorry?
For auto truck transport.
Is that here in Laredo, Texas?
Yes, sir. We're located on mile 13.
Oh, okay. Do you have a family?
Yes, I do.
Because it's how many members?
My oldest daughter, Erica Torres, and I have 3 boys.
And their names?
Miguel Torres Jr., Luis Emanuel Torres, and Christian Ivan Torres.
And what are their ages?
My daughter is 32. My Erica Torres is 32. Miguel is 30. Luis is 27, and Christian is 26.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you have any grandkids?
I have 2 granddaughters from my oldest daughter, Erica,
And their names?
Anabela Cortez and Esmeralda Delgado.
And how old are they?
Anabella is 11 right now, and Esmeralda turned 5.
And does Esmeralda have a nickname, or she goes by Esmeralda?
And she goes by Emmy.
By Emmy. Ms. Terrazas, do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes,
What's his name?
Billy Delgado.
And how do you know him?
He was married to my daughter
Okay. When did he marry your daughter?
in 2021.
Rachel, and we're talking about Erica Torres, right?
Yes, sir.
Are they still married?
No, they're no longer married.
Do you know when they got divorced?
Their divorce was finalized in 2025.
2025.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Do you know the exact date?
No, sir. I'm not the exact date. I know it was in 2025.
How long have you known the defendant, Billy Delgado?
Since 2018.
Since 2018. And you said they got married when again?
In 2021.
And you also testified they were divorced in 2025.
Yes, sir.
You just don't remember the month.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Can you describe the relationship between your daughter Erica Torres and the defendant Billy Delgado?
It was unhealthy.
And that's based on your personal knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury how or what you mean by unhealthy?
They had arguments. They argued back and forth.
Did you ever notice them fight physically?
No, sir. I never saw them fight physically.
Either Erica or Billy Delgado?
Neither of them.
Let me refer your attention to June 1st, 2024, Saturday. Do you remember that date?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell the jury what happened on that date?
On June 1st, I was at work. It was my weekend to work.
And what happened next?
I had spoken to my daughter earlier, like around at 11 o'clock.
Is that a...
Yes, 11 a.m. And we had made arrangements to meet later on during the day after I had gotten out of work. I wanted...
When were you supposed to get out of work?
It depends on when we finish, it varies depending on the time of when we finish dispatching.
Okay.
I want to say that maybe around I'm not sure if it was a little bit after 1 when I was getting ready to wrap up and making sure everything had been dispatched. I received a phone call from Billy Delgado's mom, Ms. Delgado, and
What happened next?
I answered the phone, and Ms. Delgado is on the phone, and she's frantic and she's yelling.
And where did you find that on that conversation, on that phone call?
She's yelling that Billy shot Erica, Edith, and I kind of was confused at the beginning because I didn't understand what she was telling me.
When you heard those words, how did that make you feel? Or what was going through your head?
I was scared because how did she get shot? What was the condition?
Okay, what happened next?
I asked her what happened, and she's still saying Billy shot Erica.
I'm gonna object to the continual hearsay, Judge. I know it's already been, a lot of it's in evidence, but
Sustained, please.
Okay, so after you got that call from Billy's mom, speaking on us, what happened next?
I received a call from my niece Kayla,
Okay?
and
Find out on that phone call.
Kayla confirmed. She tells me, Tia, Billy shot Erica.
object again to the continual hearsay.
Just what you found out on that phone call.
Yes.
Sustained objection.
Thank you. Okay, so you got a phone call from the defendant's mom and Kayla letting you know what had happened to your daughter. After that, what happened next?
I'm trying to leave work so that I can find out what's going on. At the time, neither of them were able to give me any explanation as far as where the incident happened, what had happened, and the condition of my daughter, and where my granddaughter was, because she was in Billy Delgado's possession.
And by granddaughter, you mean who?
Esmeralda.
And at that time, on Saturday, June 1st, 2024, where do you think Amy was, where Esmeralda was?
I knew that she was with her father, with Billy Delgado.
Okay, and what happened next month?
I'm driving, I'm headed to what I thought, since I did not have all of the information, I thought, where do I go? So as I'm leaving, I'm headed, I'm trying to get a hold of her father to tell her what they're telling me.
Whose father?
Erica Torres. I'm calling her
And what's
father,
his name for the record?
Miguel Torres.
Okay.
I'm trying to get a hold of him so I can let him know what's going on. He doesn't answer the phone. I'm trying to get a hold of my sister Mayela to let her know that I need her, to come, not let my mom find out what's going on because she's elderly.
Okay, and what happened next?
I receive another phone call from Mr. Delgado's mother. Again,
Okay, and without stating what she told you, what did you find out after that phone call?
she just repeats, the same thing. And then she tells me that her sister, Vanessa Flores, is going to be taking Emmy. And I tell her that that's fine. Then I know that Esmeralda is okay. And I receive a phone call from Kayla, and she tells me that they're taking Erica to LMC, to head to LMC.
So once you find out about LMC, what did you do next?
I try again to get a hold of Erica's father, Miguel Torres. I finally am able to get a hold of him, and I let him know that they just tell me that Erica has been shot. I don't know her condition. I don't know where she was shot, but that they're taking her to LMC and he needs to get to LMC. And
after you talk to him and you let him know about LMC, what happened next?
I get to LMC. As I'm pulling up to LMC, I see the ambulance through the emergency room entrance. And
At that time, Terrazas was going through your head.
I don't know what condition my daughter is in, and I don't know if she's alive.
And what happens next? Once you arrive to LMC, or
And going through the emergency room, and they don't let me into the back, and they can't give me information, and I have to wait. And then after a few minutes, they finally let me into the back. And when I go into the back, into the waiting area that they have, my oldest son is already there because he got there first. And he tells me that he saw them wheel her in the bed, and that she was bleeding, that she looked very pale.
Terrazas, at that time, did you have any answers, or not yet?
No, they couldn't tell us anything. The doctor had not come out to talk to us or anything. We were waiting in the waiting area.
Okay, and what happened next?
After a few minutes waiting there in the waiting area, we go ahead and let the officers know that my granddaughter at the time was there at Mr. Delgado's apartment and that we needed somebody to go and pick her up, that she was with her aunt, Vanessa Flores.
And do you remember the time, more or less, when this was happening?
No.
Was it in the afternoon, evening?
It was already in the afternoon. It was after 1 o'clock.
Okay, and, so once you told the officers about Amy's whereabouts, what happened next?
We're sitting in the waiting area, and I remember a doctor coming out to tell us that she's bleeding out, that they are trying to control the bleeding, and that is their major problem right now. And he does tell us that he doesn't think that she'll make it through the surgery.
And once you heard those news, Ms. Terrazas, what was going through your head? What were you feeling?
You don't know what to think because you don't have any control over that. What can you do? So we were praying, that God does something, a miracle.
Ms. Terrazas, you specify that you only have one daughter.
I only have one daughter, yes.
What is your relationship with, before this incident, what was your relationship with Rebekah?
I have a very close relationship with my daughter.
Okay, so once you heard those news that maybe she was gonna make it, you already testified that you were, thoughts that were going through your head. What happened next?
I'm sitting there with her brother, and they had directed us to go they were taking her to the second floor. They were going to continue the surgery from the emergency area up to the second floor. And
Were you able to see the victim, Torres?
no,
June 1st?
they were trying to do everything they could. They would not let us in to see her at all.
Did you see her the following day, on June 2nd, 2024?
No, we saw her Saturday in the night after the surgery when the doctor came out.
Where did you see her at?
They're in the ICU.
So when you saw her for the first time, after the incident, or after the crime, what was going through your head?
Well, praying. She's just lying there with all these tubes coming out of her.
Ms. Terrazas, on June 2nd, when you saw her for the first time, was she awake? Was she conscious?
No.
Okay, and what happened next?
The doctor tells us that they're gonna go back in. They're taking her back into surgery because she's bleeding.
Do you remember the doctor's name?
No.
Okay. So then they take her back, I guess, for another surgery, and what happened next after that?
And we're still left with the same, the doctor. Every time someone goes into a surgery, you always run that risk. Of course, she has a higher risk that, she might not. They had already, the night before, they didn't think she was even going to make it the night before, through the night. So the fact that she had made it through the night was, a big blessing. And
when the victim was taken to the hospital, who else was there in the waiting area, waiting to hear news? Who else was there besides you? If you can remember.
all her brothers were there, her
All
father,
three brothers.
all my 3 sons were there. My mother, my sister, her father, her sisters on her father's side, all of her aunts and my nieces. We were all there praying for her.
Okay, so on Saturday, June 2nd, on Sunday, June 2nd, 2024, after she goes back for surgery, she comes out. What happened? What happened next?
They were able to, the doctor says that he was able to stabilize her, and they make the decision to have her airlifted to San Antonio.
Do you know more or less at what time was that on June 2nd?
It was around 6 o'clock
In the AM or PM?
p.m.
PM. Okay, so were they able to fly her to San Antonio?
Yes, she was airlifted to University Hospital in San Antonio.
Okay. And what did you do next after she was airlifted?
Um, that was Sunday night. Her father drove straight to San Antonio so that he could be there when she landed at University Hospital. I had to stay back and make arrangements for her older daughter Annabella and for her younger sister Esmeralda. I needed to get paperwork in order and everything with Child Protective Services so that I would be able to take her with me to San Antonio.
So when did you arrive to San Antonio?
I arrived to San Antonio on Monday around 11 in the morning.
And that will be June 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, so once you were in San Antonio, what was Erica's status, health status?
She was still unconscious. When she arrived on Sunday, they had to immediately take her in again to surgery for the same. She was bleeding a lot. They had to give her a lot of transfusion. The first time I saw her in San Antonio on Monday, it was when they had brought her out from surgery because she had a surgery on Sunday night and then she went in again on Monday for a surgery.
So the first time you saw in San Antonio was on June 3rd?
Yes.
2024. What did you do when you were there? Did you do anything?
The first couple of days when we were there, since she was in and out of surgery, we were there. We were praying for her. There was just so many complications that were uprising from the injuries that she had sustained. That every day was just something. It was up in the air, if she was going to be okay or not.
Okay, I'm going to show you some pictures that were taken on early June, starting on June 3rd. May I approach you, Judge?
Yes.
I'm going to show you set exhibits 37 to 43. To 43. Can you show you those pictures? Do you know who took those pictures?
I took those pictures.
Okay, and they're, again, just for the record, they're set exhibits 37 to 43.
Yes.
You please review them and tell me if you recognize the location, the items on those pictures.
Yes, I recognize it's my daughter, Erica Torres.
Just a yes or no, if you recognize them. Okay.
Yes.
And are those pictures a fair and accurate depiction of the location, the items, the objects as you observe them?
Yes.
Judge, I'm gonna tender those exhibits 37 to 43 to the defense for any objections. And again, you took those pictures?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I have an objection. Can I approach?
Yes.
so for the record, state exhibits 37, 38, and 40 were admitted. May I use the other one?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Terrazas, these pictures were taken by you on early June 3rd.
Yes.
This is state exhibit number 37. Who is that in the picture?
My daughter, Erica Torres.
And this was the first time you saw her at University Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what's going through your mind when you saw your daughter like that? You can take your time.
She's gonna pull through this, and what kind of life she's gonna have for her girls.
Okay, I'm gonna show you the picture you also took in early June, which is state exhibit number 40. Who's that in the picture again?
My daughter, Erica Torres.
And what is this thing under there? Do you know?
It's a temporary cast for a double.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 38. Can you tell the jury what you see in this picture?
That is my daughter's abdomen after one of the surgeries when the nurses were going in for wound care.
Do you know what this is or what you see?
That is,
If you don't know, that's fine.
it's where they had connected her small intestine.
Do you know what this bag is?
That is for the secretion from the discharge from her insides.
And again, for the record, you took these pictures June 3rd, early June, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna show you other pictures that were taken on date June. For the record, it's gonna be, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 47. '44 to 47. Can you please review the pictures? Who took those pictures, ma'am? For state exhibits 44 to 47.
I took the pictures
Okay, and they were taken around when?
mid-June.
Okay, and so you recognize those pictures and you recognize the location, the items, and the object in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are those pictures a fair and accurate depiction of the location, items, objects as you personally observed them?
Yes, sir.
That goes to defense. If there's any objections, pictures are taken
Okay. proceed.
Okay, so for the record, it's gonna be state exhibit number 45 and 47. And then two evidence. Now, let me show you, Mr. Terrazas, some of the pictures that you took on late June to late June of 2024. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 45. Can you zoom out? Do you recognize this person in the picture?
Yes, my daughter, Erica Torres.
Okay, can you testify that these pictures were taken about late June?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? Okay. Can you tell the jury what you see in this picture?
My daughter, wound care nurses had come into the room to do wound care to all of the injuries that she had sustained.
Ms. Terrazas, at this time, is your daughter still conscious or she's not unconscious?
She's in and out of conscious due to the heavy medication she's on.
Were you able to, at this time, communicate with your daughter?
Very little. She has a trach in her neck, so she can't speak.
So if you would communicate with your daughter, how would you do it?
She would try to write. We had a eraser board, and she would try to write.
She would try? What do you mean by try?
She sustained a gunshot to her left hand, and she's left-handed, so it was really difficult for her to write.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 47. Is that still your daughter?
Yes, that is my daughter.
What do you see here on your abdomen?
That is the opening of the surgery that she had sustained from when she went in the first time to the hospital.
Do you know what this thing is?
It's a mesh holding her intestines.
And do you know what this thing is?
It's an IV they have on her artery from her leg.
Okay. And you testified that she was also, her hand was hurt, right?
That's the shot that she received to her left hand.
Is that her left hand?
Yes.
I'm going to show you again exhibit number 45. Ms. Terrazas. What do you see here? Can you tell the jury what you see here?
It is her lower pubic. She has a hole. It seemed like there was an exit from one of the bullets.
Okay, Ms. Terrazas, so we're already on late June. How often will you visit your daughter at University Hospital all throughout June? Because I know, what were you reciting on June?
In June, the majority of the month of June, we were at University Hospital.
Okay, so, but you were still residing where on June?
In June, at the hospital.
Okay, so you moved from Laredo to San Antonio to be with your daughter?
Well, not moved, but I mean, I would sleep at the hospital every day.
Okay, and throughout the whole month of June, what burdens did you intake?
I had to take a leave of absence from my job. I had to make arrangements so that I could take care of her daughters. And I had to be there to be there with her.
Okay. And her other two daughters, where were they residing on June 2024?
During the time that I was at the hospital, Annabella and Esmeralda were residing with Annabella's father and his wife. They had helped us so that the girls could stay together.
At any time did Amy and the other daughter on June 2024 go and visit their mother, Erica?
They were not allowed to see her mom under the conditions that she was in.
Okay. Would they ask about their mother?
All the time.
What would you tell the daughters, your granddaughters?
I would tell them that their mom was doing good. Unfortunately, at the time when things happened, Emmy is very verbal, and when she saw her sister that she was picked up, she automatically told her sister that
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to whatever you're saying.
Hold on, Judge, hold on.
What's the same?
All right, Ms. Terrazas. So now we're in, pretty much in July 2025. I believe you also took some pictures. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Set Exhibit 50 through 52. I'm sorry, July 2024. Can you recognize those pictures?
yes.
Okay, so from Set Exhibits 50 and 52, you recognize the location, the items, the objects on those pictures.
Yes.
Okay, and are those pictures a fair and accurate depiction of the location, items, objects as you personally observe them?
Yes, sir.
And again, those pictures were taken when?
Late July.
Late July or?
Mid July, early July.
That she took. And again, for the record, who took those pictures?
I took the pictures
And where did you take them?
at University Hospital.
No, we approach, Judge.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Terrazas, so on July of 2024, your daughter was still at the hospital,
Yes, sir.
and you also testified that you were pretty much with her most of the time. Were you still working at that time?
Not full time. I was not there at the office.
Okay. And how long was Erica Torres at University Hospital?
She went in on June the 2nd, and she was released in September to a rehab to start physical therapy.
And that was September 2024?
Yes.
Okay.
And then she was taken, she was released for a week in November in our care to our home
And that's in Laredo, Texas?
in Laredo, Texas. Due to the extent of her wounds and everything, we just could not do the care.
Based on what you remember, when was the first time that you believe Erica Torres was able to talk to you, be conscious? Do you remember the date?
I don't remember the date, but I want to say it was early July.
Early July? Okay.
Yes.
And that's when you felt that you could communicate with her in a better way?
Yes.
Okay, was she able to talk?
She was learning again to talk. They had removed the trachea, and she had a speaking valve.
Okay. Okay, so you testified that in September she was taken to a
A rehab.
a rehab. How long was that for?
She was in a rehab for September and October.
Okay. Were you there with her also?
Yes.
Okay, and after rehab, what happened next? Where did she go after that?
She wanted to go home because she wanted to be with her girls. So the doctors,
And at that time, had you seen the girls, her two daughters?
yes, at that time she had already, once she had gone to the rehab, she was able to now see her daughters.
How did that make you feel when they were reunited?
It's very emotional because they ask her when she's gonna come home because they miss her.
Okay. So after the rehab, she was taken back to University Hospital?
Yes, she was released to us for a week, and due to, like I said, her wounds and everything and the care that she needed, when she went the following week for follow-up for her to see how she was doing, the doctors,
What date is this, more or less? You're talking about what date?
November, it was the first week of November. She was released on a Friday, and then she had a follow-up at the university clinic on Thursday, the following Thursday.
Okay.
And
what happened?
I took her into her follow-up because she had been in so much pain.
Ms. Terrazas, and will you assist Erica with her injuries?
I was her primary nurse at home. I would do her wound care.
Do you have any experience with any medical process, or like what made you be her caretaker?
You have to. I had to learn. I had to see what the nurses were doing so I could take care of her, my baby.
Okay, Ms. Terrazas, so in November, when she was released, and you took her back on Thursday, back to University Hospital for a follow-up, what happened next?
The doctors saw that the extent of she wasn't getting better. Her wound was actually getting worse. It had started to bleed. So the doctors at that time said that she needed to be readmitted
And that was in November.
like the second week of November.
Okay, so after November 2024, was she ever released from University Hospital?
No.
Um,
She was there until May of 2029.
May of what? I'm sorry.
May 29 of 25.
So almost a year.
Yes.
Do you know if Erica was eating when she was at the University Hospital?
No, she could not eat and she could not drink water. The only source of nutrition that she had was through a IV that was to her main vein, and she would be fed just liquid.
Do you remember when was the first time Erica was able to eat a solid food?
The first week of June of 2025.
Who's taking care of Erica today, which is we're in we're in July 29th? Who's taking care of Erica as of right now, July 29th, 2025?
Erica lives with me. I am her primary caregiver right now.
Okay. And what goes through your mind every time you see her?
The type of life, quality of life that she's going to have and how she's going to provide for her girls.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Terrazas.
Good morning.
My name is Oscar Vega and I represent Mr. Billy Delgado.
Yes.
I need to ask you a few questions, okay?
Yes.
All right, let's start off with, we just finished off with Erica, that you're the primary caretaker. She was here, I believe, yesterday walking around. Were you with her?
Yes.
Does she have a job now?
No, sir.
She hasn't worked?
No.
Okay. She's residing with you?
Yes, sir.
And the two girls reside with you?
Yes, sir.
You said that Billy got divorced in, Erica and Billy were divorced in 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know as soon as this incident happened, you, was it you that filed the protective order?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Erica didn't come and testify as to why they wanted a lifetime protective order on Emmy?
Your question again?
Okay, were you the one that asked for a lifetime protective order from Emmy and Mr. Delgado?
Yes.
I'm gonna click as a relevance. He's asking about the daughter, Judge, for the victim and for the defendant. The protective order was maybe for.
Relevance, Mr. Vega?
The relevance is, Judge, that she participated in, she knows something about the divorce because she was actually the, I don't know how the court allowed it, but she was actually the lawyer that petitioned the court for Miss Erica's divorce. And I'd like to ask her.
Judge, you can inquire.
Ma'am, what was the reason for not allowing Emmy to see Mr. Delgado?
I'm sorry, can you say your question again?
Yes, ma'am. What's the reason for not allowing Mr. Delgado to see Emmy?
Judge, again, I'm gonna check. She wasn't the lawyer or the judge. She just applied for a protective order, Judge. The reason, she doesn't know.
I'll overrule objection. You can only answer if you know, ma'am. If you don't know, just tell him, I don't know. Repeat the question, please, Mr. Vega.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Ma'am, do you know what is the reason why you don't want Emmy to see Mr. Delgado?
I don't think he's a good character for her.
Okay. Did you request that through any legal means that he did not see his own daughter before this incident?
No.
Okay. You also came to court and actually petitioned the court for your daughter's divorce while she was in the hospital. Yes or no?
Yes.
Your daughter's in the hospital in San Antonio. You're here, maybe in this very courtroom, and you're asking the judge to grant a divorce in behalf of Erica, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're not a lawyer, right?
No.
Okay. So how in the world did you manage to get a district judge to sign off on your divorce decree?
I'm gonna check, Judge. It was the judge's ruling, Judge. She just applied for the divorce. Erica was already conscious in 2025, so she was acting on her behalf.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer if you know, ma'am.
Do you know?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yes, ma'am. You came to court and you asked the judge, which I've never seen in over 30 years, but you asked the judge to grant your daughter's divorce, right?
Yes.
Did you file the divorce?
We filed with legal aid.
With legal aid, you asked them to file a divorce. And you
Yes.
came to court, and Erica did not come to court, right? She couldn't, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but somehow or another, you thought it was, what was so important to get your daughter and Mr. Delgado divorced? This happened like weeks after this incident, right?
Weeks? No. It was a month later when my daughter was already conscious.
A month later, you came to court and petitioned them for a divorce. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Well, we submitted paperwork. Yes.
Okay, you submitted paperwork. Okay, so we're still in 2024, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe because of the errors that were committed, actually the divorce had to start over again. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you the person that sent someone over to have Mr. Delgado sign documents to terminate the parental relationship between him and Emmy?
No.
That wasn't you? Was it somebody that you know?
Yes.
Okay, who was that?
My daughter, Erica Torres.
Was it her attorney or was it her?
Her attorney was the one who went, but it was consented by my daughter.
And none of this was ever asked for before this incident, correct? The termination of rights?
Prior to the incident?
Yes.
No.
They were separated at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you made a comment saying, the prosecutor asked you if you had ever seen any physical altercations, right? You've never seen one, right?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been on the phone with Erica while she was actually assaulting Billy Delgado?
Assaulting? No.
What was she doing on that?
Arguing?
They were just arguing?
Yes.
Even on the way to San Antonio?
I'm on the phone. I can't see what's happening.
You can't hear what's happening?
They were arguing.
Did you ever hear him say, "Don't hit me"?
Not that I recall.
Because you happened to be on the phone while they were on the way to San Antonio, right?
Yes.
He already answered that twice.
Okay. Very quick, Ms. Terraza. You took these pictures. Did someone ask you to take these pictures?
No, I took the pictures.
And what was the purpose of that?
I wanted my daughter to see what she had gone through.
Okay. And did you take these pictures knowing that there might be a trial and you were going to use them as evidence?
No.
So it's not normal, ma'am. I think you agree with me to be able to take photographs like that of your daughter.
It depends the person.
Okay, but you thought it was important to take pictures like that of your baby daughter, right?
Yes.
To serve what purpose?
What she had gone through. What she had been through.
You don't think that she's the one that experienced all that trauma, then you'd like to remind her by showing her those photographs. Is that what you're saying?
She wanted to know.
She wanted to know.
Yes.
She wanted to know what she looked like.
Yes.
And that was important.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And it's important for you.
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge.
Just a quick questions, Judge. You testified earlier that the defendant and your daughter's divorce was finalized in 2025.
Yes.
And you said that Erica Torres was conscious and was able to communicate with you around July of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was she okay with getting divorced?
Yes, prior to the incident, she had already told Mr. Delgado she was going to file for a divorce.
Okay, and Mr. Rebekah asked you about the protective order. Do you think it was necessary for Erica Torres to get a protective order from the defendant, Billy Delgado?
Given the circumstances that he shot her, yes.
And do you remember the length of the protective order that the judge ruled on? Order?
It was a protective order for life for my daughter, for Annabella, and for Esmeralda.
For Amy.
Emmy.
Okay, and again, Mr. Rebekah asked you, why would a mother take pictures of her daughter being in the hospital? Why did you take pictures? Why did you want to take pictures of your daughter in the hospital?
I'm going to object, Judge. She's already answered that question. I actually think
That's great, already, Judge.
Okay, I'll rule objection. You can answer.
What was the purpose?
You need some water, man?
Yeah,
You need some water?
she needs water.
You need water?
I'll wait, Judge.
She needs water.
May I approach?
No, I've got one right here.
Do I give it to her? It's new.
Please, you can have this one. Please.
Okay. You can go to the restroom. Can you go to the restroom?
Are you okay, man? Let's see if we can finish this witness and then we'll take a break. Go ahead. Yeah, let's see if we can finish. That's what I said, we'll take a break. Because I think we got the IT people coming too, so.
Same questions real fast, like what was the purpose of you documenting or taking the pictures?
I wanted to document everything from the beginning to the end. For whatever reason, whatever came about, if my daughter did not pull through it, that I would be able to have everything, so that when my granddaughter were old enough, I would be able to explain and they could see what their mother had endured throughout her time in the hospital. So I made sure to document everything.
And you testified that it was important to you.
Yes.
No further questions?
Judge, I think he asked questions about the protective order, so let me see if I can remember what I wanted to ask you. Okay, in order to get basically you're terminating rights when you do a lifetime protective order that is the current case law, on children.
Judge, I'm gonna object, that's not really a law, the protective order, Judge. We don't terminate the rights.
It's essentially, Judge, and there is new case law on that. I talked to the Attorney General on that.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection, you can inquire. I don't know if it's gonna be within the realm of your knowledge, but go
Ma'am.
right ahead.
What testimony was presented to be able to justify the lifetime protective order on Emmy?
His character.
It has to be something where he threatened Emmy.
I don't have that
You
information.
don't have that information, okay. And if it's about character, I mean, your daughter also has some character flaws, right?
Judge, if I may we approach?
Okay. Let's finish this witness, Ms. Vega.
Yes, Your Honor. Ma'am, you just mentioned character. I mean, your daughter also has some character flaws, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She didn't shoot him though.
Okay. At this time, I mean, you had to, when this incident occurred, you actually had to go, the paternal grandmother actually had the child, right?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Ms. Delgado had the child? Billy's mom,
When?
after this incident?
She went by the hospital and I let her take Emmy with her.
And you actually have to go to CPS to try to get the child from the Delgados?
No.
So how did you get him?
I went to go pick her up.
And Ms. Delgado gave her to you?
Yes.
And CPS didn't have to clear that?
They cleared it.
Because was there a problem with Erica having the custody of the children?
Erica didn't have custody. She was in the hospital.
Okay, could she have custody if she wasn't in the hospital?
I'm gonna take the stipulation, Judge, within the hospital.
Overrule.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Any further redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, recall either side.
Not from the defense. Just for punishment, Judge.
Okay. Ma'am, for the purposes of this portion of the trial, you are now excused, not subject to recall. So you're welcome to stay in the courtroom or you can leave. It's up to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, what's the status on our IT people, Lena? Yeah? Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, I think there's some technological problems with our screens here, and IT is willing to come down and look at it right now. So let's go ahead and take an early lunch break, and we'll resume in an hour. Hopefully we can get the screens up and running by then. Would everyone rise for the jury? Okay, please be seated in the courtroom and state, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Ms. Rebekah Torres.
Sworn.
She needs to be sworn in, Your Honor.
Okay, would you raise your right hand for me, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony to give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God. And that's stick right over here, please. Adjust that microphone, make it comfortable for you, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name for the record?
Erica de Torres?
Erica D. Torres. Has your name always been Erica Torres?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes, I do.
How do you know the defendant?
He's my ex-husband.
Okay. Can you identify him by an article of clothing, please?
Yeah, he's right there, sitting in the blue shirt, stripe.
All right. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Okay. Erica, how long have you known the defendant, Mr. Billy Delgado?
I've known him since 2010.
Is that when you all first met?
Yes.
Okay, and how old were you?
I was 15,
Okay, and how old was the defendant?
20.
Okay. And when did you all start a relationship?
We started a relationship in December of 2018.
Okay. How old were you at that time?
24?
Okay.
25?
And you said he's your ex-husband. Do you have any children with the defendant?
Yes, we share a daughter.
Okay.
One.
One daughter?
Yes.
Who's that?
Esmeralda Delgado.
Okay. How many children do you have in total?
I have a total of 2 children.
All right. Are you still married to the defendant?
No, I'm not.
Okay. When did you get divorced?
Our divorce was finalized in 2025.
Okay. Why did you get divorced?
I wanted to get prior to the incident divorced already.
Okay, now, sorry to stop you there. You said prior to the incident. Prior to what incident?
Prior to Billy shooting me, I was already wanting a divorce.
Okay. And why else did you want a divorce?
Well, because Billy shot me.
Okay. Thank you. How would you describe your relationship with Mr. Delgado?
It was an unhealthy relationship.
What do you mean by unhealthy?
We had our arguments, and sometimes they would escalate really bad.
Okay. Were these arguments verbal?
Most of the time, they were verbal.
Would your arguments ever get physical?
Yes.
How would they get physical?
They usually would get physical when I would try to leave the house.
Okay, and what would happen?
My hair would get pulled. I'd get grabbed from my arms or being shoved. That's how it would get physical.
How often would you all fight?
It was a constant. I mean, we would argue like any normal married people. We'd always have arguments.
Okay. And would you say these arguments were one-sided or?
No, sometimes it was me complaining about something. Sometimes it was him. They would just end up escalating.
Okay. Why would you all fight so much?
We'd argue a lot because I would complain about his drinking a lot.
Were drugs and alcohol ever involved in your fights?
Yes.
What would happen when drugs and alcohol would come into the picture?
It was just a constant badgering and complaining and name calling.
Okay. And how would these fights escalate?
With time, after the weeks or days, it was just a constant. And at one point, I would decide that I'm gonna leave, and that's when things would always escalate. Every time that I would try to leave.
Why
it
would things escalate when you would try to leave?
Because Billy didn't want me to be leaving the house.
Why didn't he want you to be leaving the house?
He thought that the best way to fix things is by me staying there and talking why we're arguing or why we're fighting or how can we fix this.
And were you all just talking?
No, he was just complaining and nagging and always telling me things.
What kind of things would he tell you?
I was a whore, I was a slut, I cheated on him, I've lied to him, I am a horrible person, I was called every name in the book there.
Okay. And how often would you say these types of arguments that would get physical happen?
It was just sporadically.
Okay, and did you and Mr. Delgado always live in Laredo?
No.
Where else did you all live?
We've lived in Arlington, Texas, Mansfield, Texas, and San Antonio and Laredo.
Okay. When you all got married, where did you all start living?
We were living in San Antonio.
San Antonio? And were you all still arguing at that time while you were living in San Antonio?
Yes.
During what time period were you living in San Antonio?
A little bit towards or midway of COVID, and then till 2022, I believe.
Okay, and how was your relationship during COVID?
It was a crazy time.
Why would you say that it was crazy?
I was working, he wasn't working, he was taking care of the kids, or because it was COVID and there was nothing to do, his drinking got even worse during the COVID time.
How did it get worse?
It was a constant thing. It was a constant. The minute he would wake up till the next day or till he went to bed.
And was it just drinking?
I don't think so.
Okay. So, permission to approach, Your Honor, the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on it.
And you've observed the video on this USB?
Yes, I have.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any shape or form?
No, it has not.
All right, thank you. I'll tender to defense for any objection. State's Exhibit 48.
It's the video. It's the video. The one with the car.
Any objection? No objection. Your Honor, at this time we move to enter State's Exhibit 48.
Submitted?
And Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish State's Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Thank you. We could just have a minute, Your Honor. Rebekah, I want to ask you real quick, before I publish State's Exhibit 48, when did it start getting physical, your relationship?
Around 2020.
Around 2020?
Mm-hmm.
And you stayed with Mr. Delgado until when?
2023.
2023?
Mm-hmm.
And when it would get physical, why wouldn't you ever call the police?
Because I knew I was not going to leave him yet. He's the father of my child. We were married. I loved him. Like, I always tried to see the good and what was going to be able to happen with us.
Now,
Stop hitting me, please. Will you take me to San Antonio? I'm okay.
all right. Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are we looking at in this video?
We're looking at a video that Billy took on our way to San Antonio.
Okay, who's in the car?
Billy, myself, and my 2 daughters.
Okay, and what's happening in this video?
We were on our way to San Antonio. Billy decided to turn back because we were late. I had to be in court, and we were late.
All right, and you sound pretty excited. Why are you so upset in the video?
I was upset because since I had to be in San Antonio, if I was not there, I would have gotten arrested, and he knew that.
Why did you need to go to San Antonio?
I needed to appear due to my probation.
Okay. And why were you on probation?
I had already, it's called a judification.
Deferred adjudication?
Yes.
Okay.
With a prior incident with Billy, for putting my hands on him.
Okay. Now, prior to this happening, what started this argument?
This argument started since the morning because we were late. We were late and...
You were late to where?
To court.
Okay, and where were you?
Where were we?
Yes.
On our way to San Antonio.
From where?
From Laredo.
Okay.
And he kept saying that we were going to be late, that he was going to turn around, that he didn't see the point of him having to take me all the way over there, that we were going to be late either way.
Okay. And why were you going with Mr. Delgado that day?
Because he insisted. He called into work, said that he couldn't go to work, that because he had to take me to San Antonio, that he had to take, well, exactly I don't know what he told work, but he said that he couldn't work. And he insisted. My mom was originally supposed to take me to San Antonio, and he insisted that he would take me. And my parents, my dad gave him money as well for gas to make sure that he took me because he was insisting to be the one to take me.
Okay.
Stop hitting me, please. Will you take me to San Antonio? I'm not. I will pay you if you take me to San Antonio. Oh, baby, you put yourself in this situation. Always! Me! Always me! Daddy's sending me to jail. Mommy, not taking me to San Antonio. Very hard. I'm not ready for this.
All right. What child's voice are we hearing in this video?
That's Emmy.
Is that the child that you share with Mr. Delgado?
Yes, I do.
And why is she crying?
She's upset because Billy and I are arguing back and forth, and she sees her dad.
Okay. What is that the only child that's in the vehicle at this time?
No, my oldest daughter is as well in the...
Okay.
Billy, I'm asking you to help me turn around. No, baby, I said, let go. Let go, no, man, let go. I'm not. Call your mom. I can drop her off at your
Why did you ask Billy to pull over?
Because I wanted to get out of the car. I need to get to San Antonio one way or another. And if he was going to drive all the way back home, for sure I was going to even be more late.
Okay. Could you have just opened the door and gotten off?
No, we were on the highway.
Okay.
I do this to myself anymore. I keep telling myself that everything's gonna be okay. No. Mom, Billy's not taking me to San Antonio. He's here crying like a baby back bitch because we're late. Mom, I need to get to San Antonio. I already called my fucking probation officer and he doesn't want to.
So, real quick, I paused it. Who are you talking to on the phone?
My mom.
And what are you telling her?
I'm telling her that I need to get to San Antonio and that Billy doesn't want to take me.
Okay. Now.
Mom, Billy's not taking me to San Antonio. He's here crying like a baby back bitch because we're late. Mom, I need to get to San Antonio. I already called my fucking probation officer.
Sorry, could you just look at the video real quick? I'm gonna rewind right there. What is Billy doing there?
Looking down at the phone.
Why do you think he's looking down at the phone?
Because he knew I was already going to leave. He knew I was already getting ready to leave him.
We were on our way and now he turned around. Mom, I really need to get to San Antonio. I'm not gonna do it. I'm done like that. You said he's done? Because I kept telling him I'm in this fucking mess because of you in the first place. He literally is turning back to Central Laredo, Mom. Stop hitting me! The girls are in the car! We're gonna crash! Park right here, park.
You told Mr. Delgado there that you were in this mess because of him in the first place. Why is that?
Billy used to complain a lot that our money was going to my probation. And I would always tell him, like, well, these are the consequences. At this time, he didn't want me working. And as well, because of the charges that I had, it was really difficult for me to get a job.
Why didn't he want you working?
Billy would say that I would sleep with everybody in the office. He didn't like it. He didn't like the fact that I would be working with other male individuals.
How did you know that he didn't like that you were working with other male individuals?
Because the times that we would get into arguments, that's what he would bring up. I was never able to keep a job for more than 2 to 3 months because he would either constantly be calling, he would even call to the offices, or he would just show up randomly.
Randomly to where?
To my job.
And what would he do?
Just to see what I was doing.
And how did that affect your employment?
Well, the constant calling, because sometimes I wouldn't answer, like it would cause problems by the time I would get home, and it was constant problems. And sometimes I wouldn't be able to go to work the next day. And unfortunately, I wasn't even able to complete 90 days. So they would end up either firing me, or I would end up having just to quit because I couldn't be going to work.
Okay, we're gonna crash. Here. My mom is coming. Okay, I'll get you to the little phone. Right here. Let me on the phone with her. She is done. Let me talk to her. No. Let me talk to her. Right there. Where can I meet you at least? Mom, I really need you to take the test. Will you hold my fucking please? I'm not gonna do it. Pull over right here. Please, please. I'm gonna drop you off where your mom's work is at. We weren't even gonna make it.
You're telling your mom that you spoke to your lawyer?
Yes, I had spoken to my public defender, and he did tell me that I had to be there, and if I was not there, they were going to issue a warrant out for my arrest, and I'd be in jail until I go see, my probation would be removed, and I'd be waiting till I see the judge.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say nothing about what happened, but tell your mom whatever you want. I will. Erica, you can't fight me in the street! Erica, we're gonna crash! I want to fucking die!
I don't care. I'd rather die than have to go to
Get up! Everybody put their seatbelts on, dude!
All right. There you said that you'd rather die than, and I'm going to quote you, that you'd rather die than go to fucking jail. Why did you say that?
I don't want to go to jail. I didn't want to have to know that I was going to leave my girls for I don't know how long. I don't know how long the system takes over there.
Did you really mean that you'd rather die?
No, I didn't. It was just a figure of speech at the time. I was upset. I was riled up because I needed to get to San Antonio.
And why couldn't you get off the vehicle?
Because it was moving and he wouldn't let me out.
Okay.
Everybody!
You're a fucking piece of shit,
No,
Billy.
I'm not.
You're the biggest piece of
Okay,
shit
okay.
who sent his wife to fucking
Okay,
jail.
okay.
While you're all fucking
Are you putting your hands on Billy here?
No,
What are you doing?
looking out the window.
But at any point in time, did you hit him during the course of this video?
I did.
How did you hit him? And why did you feel the urge to hit him?
I was very frustrated because my mom was supposed to take me. She was supposed to take me and he insisted on taking me. He insisted and insisted and insisted, and my dad gave him money and everything to make sure that I got there. And then for him to just, oh, we're gonna be late. You're already gonna be late. Like, we're not going, I'm going back. Like, it was so frustrating because my mom told me not to, she's like, I'll take you. Like, she's always told me, don't, like, I'll take you and you can, like, let him go to work. And no, I didn't listen. I was like, no, let him take me, he'll take me. And I should have listened to my mom.
Send the $40
I am.
Send the $40 now.
Get it!
There at the end, you're asking him to send you $40. What were those $40?
My dad had given him $40 to put in gas.
Okay. So you mentioned you were on your way to San Antonio, and let me ask you, what was the outcome of your probation?
They just extended it. They just added on to the probation. I was able to make it. I was late 30 minutes.
Okay, well, hold on, before we get there then let me ask you, did you ever get off this car?
Yes, I did. I got off at mile marker 13. I was still actually on the highway. There was 2 trailers in between us, so I was able to get myself and my 2 daughters out of the vehicle. And we walked to the TA, which is a truck stop, and I waited for my mom there at the truck stop with my 2 daughters.
Did you get off on the highway or the access road?
Were you the exit?
Okay.
On the exit, there was 2 trailers. We were still on the exit when I got off.
And you walked?
Hmm?
Okay. Who ended up picking you up?
My mom.
Who did your mom pick up that day?
My mom picked up myself and my 2 daughters at the truck stop.
And were you all able to make it to San Antonio?
Yes, we did make it to San Antonio. I was about 30 minutes late, and the judge was nice enough to wait for me.
Okay. And did your probation end?
Yes, it did. It ended due to the fact that I was in the hospital, and I was unable to comply with my probation due to the hospitalization.
And why are you in the hospital?
I was in the hospital because Billy shot me.
Now, was there ever anything that alarmed you leading up to the date of June 1st, 2024?
No.
Uh,
Well, I didn't think he was going to hurt me physically. I thought he would just, call my probation, something to have to do with my probation to extend it even longer. But I never thought that he would shoot me.
Was there ever a time or event where you felt threatened by Mr. Delgado?
I have. Usually always when he would tell me like, I'm gonna call your probation officer and I'm gonna tell them this and I have the upper hand. Nobody's gonna believe you. You're the abuser. You already have charges. So, yes, I did.
Was there ever, because Kayla testified previously that she had heard over the phone of Mr. Delgado threatening you one time.
On May 19, on the day of my birthday, I met him at a gas station to exchange our daughter. And he walked up to my vehicle, put my daughter in the car seat, tied her up. He made a comment regarding my vehicle. He then proceeded to walk to the vehicle he was in, pulled up to my vehicle, and let me know that for me to enjoy my last birthday and to enjoy my smiles and laugh, because it was going to be my last.
What did you think about that comment at that time?
I thought he was going to do something to try to extend my probation. Like I said, he would always threaten me with the probation. So that's what I thought. And I had voiced it to my mother, my cousins. My cousin Kayla was on the line and she heard. She asked me if he threatened me, and I did confirm. I was like, yes, he did threaten me. And she was like, okay, well, she asked me how I felt about it, and I explained to her. But again, I had voiced it to my mother, and I had voiced it to his mom as well, because she had called me about 2 hours after I had swapped with Billy.
All right. Let's talk about the date in question, June 1st, 2024. Where were you that morning?
In the morning?
Yes.
I had gone to go have brunch with my cousin Kayla and 2 other friends, and this was maybe around 10:30.
Okay. And what happened while you were there at brunch?
I got a call from Emmy, from Billy's phone, and she let me know she was with her dad, asked me what I was doing. I told her I was having brunch, and I hear Billy tell Emmy, tell your mom you'll call her later. And she tells me, Mom, I'll call you later. I told her, okay, she hung up.
Okay, and what did you do after that?
I proceeded to go to the mall. Then from there I went home, I got dressed. A friend of mine called me. I went over to their house. While I was there at their house, I received a call from Billy. He sounded very apurado, like rushed, like urgency. And all he told me was, I can't do this anymore. You need to come get Emmy now. Don't ask any questions. And he hangs up. And I am like calling him back because I'm fearing for my daughter. Like I said, he sounded irrational. He sounded very like unaware, like something was happening. So I was worried for my daughter. I kept calling him back, and if I'm not mistaken, I sent him a message asking him like what's going on. Never answered, never replied back. I think I ended up messaging to him to answer my phone call. And I cannot recollect if he did call me back or not. But I had gotten on the line with my cousin Kayla because I told her, can you stay on the line with me so he doesn't fight with me? He will not argue with me if you're on the line. And she said yes.
Why did you think that having Kayla there would stop Billy from fighting you?
Billy doesn't act, he likes to portray like he's this good person. Or not a good person, but like a good personality. Like he has character. So he's not gonna wanna act the way he acts with me in front of Kayla, because then she can say like, well, he does act like that.
Okay. So was Kayla able to go with you?
No, she was not able to. So I asked her to stay on the line with me.
Okay. So while she's on the line with you, what did you do after that?
I was approaching Billy's house, well, his apartment complex, and As I'm approaching, I see Billy walking what was down towards my vehicle.
Okay, let me stop you there. So when you're approaching his apartment, how does Billy look?
I cannot say how he looked while he was walking because everything happened so fast. I heard 3 bangs on my windshield as I was going, and the only thing I remember seeing is literally his hand as I turned to the side as I was passing him, and just hearing gunshot after gunshot after gunshot.
So, and if I could have the witness stand, Your Honor, to demonstrate to the jury, how do you remember seeing Billy? If you could stand up and show the jury.
Just straight out with his hand, like as if nothing, like just shooting completely. No care in the world, no facial expression. It was like, I'm gonna shoot her. And then I tried to drive away.
You can take a seat. Thank you. Now, how did you come to realize that he was shooting at you?
I came to a realization that I got shot because I felt like I couldn't breathe. I kept trying to gasp for air, and as I was gasping for air, I felt like something was tying around my waist so tight. And I just, if I'm not mistaken, I had dropped my phone, and I was able to pick up my phone again. And I confirmed to I told my cousin, like I looked down to see my abdomen, and I just see red on my dress. And I'm holding my abdomen as tight as I can, and I confirmed to her that Billy did shoot me, and I told her I'm going to the hospital, and I drive away.
Now, real quick, before you drove away, what sensation or how did your body feel at that time?
My body was in so much pain. I didn't even know where pain was radiating from, but I couldn't feel, I could just feel, again, like a rope being tied around my waist and me unable to breathe. And I know for a fact that at one point I did lose consciousness. But I was in excruciating pain. Excruciating.
Now, at that point in time before you drove off, did you know how many times you had gotten shot by the defendant?
No.
Do you know? How were you dressed that day?
I was wearing a green dress, some sandals, my hair done, makeup.
After you got shot, did you look at yourself?
Yes, I stopped the vehicle to look at my body, but not to look at my body, see where I got shot, but like to see where pain was coming from, and it was coming from my abdomen. That is where I felt like, that's where I was assuming that's where all the pain was coming from, because I was radiating pain from my back to my arms, my hands. I kept passing out. I just did not want to die.
What injuries did you observe on yourself at that point in time?
Just the one on my abdomen.
So, after you were shot, what did you do?
I stopped, saw, and I remember taking off to get to LMC hospital.
Why did you want to get to LMC hospital?
Because Billy had shot me, and I knew I needed to get to the hospital.
Were you afraid of dying?
Yes, I was terrified to die and to leave my girls. That is the one thing that I could not stop. And granted, I was on my way to go pick up Emmy, and the last thing that I heard from Emmy was, "You need to come and pick her up." And I was unable to do that. So I had just wondering what was going on with my daughter.
Where did you drive yourself that day? Did you drive yourself to LMC?
No, I crashed. I wasn't even aware that I had crashed when I woke up in the hospital.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
if you could mark on this map, this is already states demonstrative. Where were you at the time when you picked up Emmy?
This is Smith Street.
Or when you were going to Billy's house to pick up Emmy? This is Smith Street and this is Reynolds.
Smith, and then Clark's over here.
Okay, so that's where you were right there?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you...
I drove down.
Mhm.
I had stopped about right here, and I drove down the rest. And as exiting Smith Street, I don't remember turning or going anywhere through here.
So you have no recollection of that?
I have no recollection of it leaving Smith Street.
What's the last thing you remember after driving away that day?
When I drove away, I was in and out of consciousness, and I remember seeing somebody next to me, but I don't know if it was a woman, I don't know if it was a man, and I do recollect I heard my cousin's voice. I don't remember seeing her.
Okay. Who else do you remember speaking with that day?
After the crash?
Yeah, I guess after the crash.
Or like once I crashed, it would be...
Do you remember speaking to anyone after you had crashed?
No, like I said, I don't know. I know somebody opened my door. I don't remember if I said anything, but I do remember that whoever did open my door, I did tell them my mom's name, my mom's info. I let them know that Billy Delgado, my husband at the time, shot me, and he lived on Smith Street. And then I told them I didn't want them to take my daughters, that for him not to take my daughters, like, that was my main concern, my daughter.
After the crash, what's the next thing you remember?
I woke up in the hospital.
Okay. When would you say you woke up in the hospital? When did you regain consciousness?
That I was aware of my surroundings and everybody around me and able to recollect the night before would probably be the last couple of weeks of July. The last week of July.
The last week of July?
Yeah.
And this incident happened when?
On June 1st?
So from June 1st to the last week of July, you had no recollection?
No. I didn't know what was happening.
Did you know how many surgeries you had undergone at that point in time?
None.
Did you know where you were?
I knew I was in a hospital, I just didn't know where I was at.
What hospital were you at?
I was at University Hospital in San Antonio, Texas.
And when you regained consciousness, how did you feel at that point in time?
Pain. Pain. I felt so much pain that I wanted to die at one point. I did ask to stop. I did not want to live anymore at one point. The pain was absolutely horrible. It was excruciating, and as much meds as they would give me, nothing would work. I wanted to die at one point. I thought it was better.
Do you remember what you were thinking or what you thought at the moment you woke up?
I wanted to know what happened to me. I wanted to know what happened to my girls. I wanted to know where they were at. I wanted to know who they were with. My main concern was my girls when I woke up. And then after that, I started to ask, what happened to Billy? Where is Billy? Is he in jail? Am I safe? Am I not safe? After that, my family really did not want to tell me the extent to everything because I was unable to see because I was trached. I was unable to look down and look at my abdomen. I wasn't allowed to move. They didn't want to tell me. They didn't know how I was going to react to all the injuries that I had or to see what was going on with my abdomen. But they had to tell me, and it was horrible.
How did you feel when you heard about all your injuries?
I was in shock, and to my disbelief, I cannot believe that I lived. And the only thing I could also think about was the quality of life that I was going to have after the hospital, because there was no way to know what was going to happen.
And how long did you stay in the hospital for?
I was there for 363 days. 2 days shy from 1 year.
Did you incur any medical expenses because of this?
Yes, I have medical expenses, I have traveling expenses, my daughter's expenses, my own medical expenses.
What type of issues, if any, came about after the car crash? Did you have any insurance issues?
Yes.
Like what?
My health insurance isn't the best, so some things I do have to pay out of pocket. I have a medical bill that's crazy.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Sir.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 49, 50, and 51. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
These were taken this past weekend, and they're my abdomen, the deformity of my abdomen, actually. After all the surgeries, yeah.
Okay. And are they a true and accurate depiction of what they portray to be?
Yes, they are, and actually that's still a stitch that sticks out.
Okay, thank you. I'll now tender to defense for any objection. State's Exhibit 49 to 51.
You approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor, on the envelope?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Eric, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 51?
That is my abdomen.
Okay, and where is this photo taken from?
It was taken on Sunday.
Okay, so you would agree that this is your current state?
Yes, it is my current state, and on the very top there's a small little loop. That loop right there, that is still an opening that I have. I do still have leakage from the inside out, and that little clear fishing line that it looks, it's an actual stitch.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 50. What are we looking at here?
That is my right side of my abdomen. I got a skin infection there and had skin grafting done as well. The crease is where I had an ileostomy done. Those other two puncture holes are where I had tubes in and out. Where that line is towards the bottom, there's a line. That is as well where I had a tube in there. Tubes were there for drainage and Ileostomy was there as because my colon was sewed. My colon was closed, so I had to poop in a bag.
How would you describe the current condition of your skin?
Horrible. I have no confidence at all in my abdomen.
I'm going to show you finally what's been marked as States Exhibit 49. What are we looking at here?
That is my left side, and as well the indentation all the way down, that is another skin graft for where I got an infection from the shooting. I ended up septic. And then that hole that's right there is a GJ tube. That is where, yes, that is the GJ tube, and that is where I was receiving food for about 4 months.
4 months? What, if anything, do you have to do now or wear because of these injuries to your core, your abdomen?
I wear a full girdle. It tightens my abdomen to where I'm able to hold. Due to the extensive surgeries that I've had, I have no abdominal muscle. I do have still stitching from the inside where I cannot lift anything 10 pounds. I have to lift 10 pounds or less, and I cannot do so much force because if not, I will end up herniating. And due to that, nobody, no surgeon, no doctor will have any surgical procedure on my abdomen area because I have no skin, and 2, they can nick my intestine and I can go septic again, and it's probably fatal.
And who's responsible for all of this?
Billy, when he shot me.
Thank you. Do you know how many surgeries that you've had during the course of this time?
Yes, if I'm aware, about more than 20 some procedures, maybe even more than 30.
Procedures because of this?
Because of this, yes. I was told by my doctors that at the beginning of me being in the hospital, I was going in 2 to 3 times out of the day sometimes for surgery.
For surgery. And you said that you can't have a surgery because of the skin graft. What did you mean by that?
The way the doctors explained to me is that just cutting the skin, that skin doesn't regenerate. Like it's not as elastic as our normal skin. It's taken from one body part to another, so it doesn't stretch like normal skin anymore.
So is it safe to say that Mr. Delgado left you in a fragile state?
Yes, he did.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Erica.
Good afternoon.
Erica, the prosecutor started by showing you a video that I tendered to them about the incident.
Yes.
Okay. You had time to review that with the prosecutor?
Yes, I did.
You made some statements like in the video that you just rather die. What was that? What was that about?
It was a figure of speech. I did not want to go to jail.
Okay. You said the reason you were going to San Antonio was because you put hands on Billy?
Yes, our neighbor had called the police and for disturbance, and Billy was outside. They saw him first, they asked him questions, and then they arrested me.
And did you plead guilty in that case?
No.
Did you plead guilty in that case?
I did a judification.
Yeah, but in order for you to get on probation, you have to plead guilty.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. May we approach?
No contest?
Yes, Your Honor. That's a misstatement of the law.
Well, this,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury also staying the objection. There is a plea that can be taken called a no contest plea where you do not admit guilt, but you plead no contest to the charges, or you plead guilty. Either way, the court can place you on deferred adjudication. If she knows what she did, you can ask her.
yes.
Not sure if she does.
Do you know what type of plea you entered?
The judification, they told me that it wasn't going to be considered as a guilty plea, but like another second chance.
Is what did they tell you that basically it's the judge is not going to find you guilty after you finish your term of probation? You will not be found guilty, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But when you went in front of the judge, they asked you how you plead. What did you say?
I don't recall because it was through Zoom, and I really don't recall.
Okay, but you do admit on using your words, putting hands on Billy,
Yes, I do.
not assaulting him, right?
No,
You didn't assault him, you just put hands on him.
I was defending myself.
Okay. Just like on the video, the prosecutor asked you, how were you touching him? And you said like this. You just stretched out your arm like that.
No, I smacked my hand.
You smacked your hand.
I smacked.
So did you
I didn't place my hand out.
You smacked him.
Exactly.
Is that putting hands on him?
Yes.
Is that what you call putting hands?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Have you done that more than 2 times?
We both have.
I'm asking you, have you done that to him more than 2 times?
Yes.
How many times?
I cannot recall.
You cannot recall?
Mm-mm.
More than 10?
I can't recall exactly a number
Okay. Have you ever had an incident with your brothers?
with my brothers.
Yeah.
There was
Where-
one case, yes.
There was one case?
There was one case, but it,
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, to relevance, Judge.
It's under the family violence, Judge. It's a brother.
Your Honor, he's changing the focus and shifting to a different person. We're talking about the dynamic of the dating relationship, Judge.
Judge, it's my way of cross-examination. How can you be
Okay,
commenting?
I'll overrule the objection. You can inquire.
Okay, so did you also put hands on your brother?
yes.
Where, did the police show up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what happened to you?
I got arrested.
So, at least twice that I know of, one with your brother and one with Billy, you've been arrested for assault, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other times for assault?
For assault, this last time in the video.
Okay, so that was 3 times?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, at least 3 times you've used your hands, right?
Yes.
To defend yourself?
Yes.
Okay. You keep talking about your girls, that you wanted to be with them, but, I mean, have you ever taken actions inconsistent with that, where you're trying to take care of them?
I do take care of my daughters.
But when someone's driving and you're smacking the other person that's driving, how is that taking care of your daughters?
I understand my actions are not reasonable, and yes, but I did lose my... I was in a state of mind of where I did not want to go to jail. Okay?
Have you ever done something else where your daughters were in the vehicle and it wasn't probably the proper thing to be doing?
Yes.
When was that?
I got arrested for DU... It's a DUI.
And your kids were in the car?
My daughter, my oldest daughter, was in the car.
Under 15?
Yes, she was under 15.
So that's a felony?
Not to my... I am not aware with the law and exactly what is a felony and a misdemeanor. I'm sorry.
You already have a court date for that, right?
Yes.
And that's I mean, that's something you shouldn't be doing with your daughter if you really love your daughters, right?
I understand.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
Ma'am, you got separated back in 2023 or was it 24?
23.
23. And while you were on, you said your deferred adjudication, there was an order placed that you shouldn't make any contacts with the victim.
The victim himself wanted me to live with him, and he had spoken to the probation officer, and the probation officer explained to him, and he said that no, he wanted me to live there and that we were going to work things out.
And you did not work it out because you separated, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So according to you, Billy always wanted to be with you. It came to a point in times where you just said it's done. One of you two said it's done and you separated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And where were you living at that time?
I always had to be the one to leave. He would never leave the house. So I always had to pack myself and pack my girls' clothes. Sometimes I wasn't always allowed to leave with my girls' clothes. So I would pack my car and I would leave. Living in San Antonio, I didn't have much family in San Antonio. I had an uncle in San Antonio, and I had only his family in San Antonio. So sometimes I would go to his aunt's house or I would go to his mom's house, but usually I would always have to drive back. Didn't matter the time. I've driven before 2-3 o'clock in the morning because I had to leave. And I'd be driving from San Antonio to Laredo.
And there's been times where you've been driving at 2 or 3 in the morning and you drop him off miles away from his house, right?
No.
No?
I dropped him off at his house one time because he didn't like the fact that I didn't want to answer a phone call. And he told me to take him back home. And I told him I was not his Uber, that I would leave him right here at the gas station. And I did. I dropped him off at the gas station, and that was it.
You're not his Uber? Is that
No.
what you said? That's pretty cold of you to be doing that in the middle of the night.
He's a
Don't you agree?
30-some-year-old. No, it's not.
I'm gonna object, Your Honors, as to argumentative.
Overruled.
I mean, you're putting someone's life at risk.
That I
mean,
dropped him off at a gas.
Objection as to speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Don't you think that's putting somebody at risk? Just dropping
I
them
didn't
off
drop
at the
him
gas
off at
station?
2-3 in the morning. If I recall, that day that I dropped him off, it was 9:40, and I know for a fact because I called his mom right after to let her know what had happened, and she said, "Leave him there."
Is that in San Antonio or here in Laredo?
Here in Laredo.
Okay. And how many times did you do that?
One time.
Just one time.
Mhm.
Even though we've heard testimony, there was more than one time.
I don't recall any of those other times.
You didn't kick him out of the house at that hour of the night?
At what
I'm gonna
time?
object, Your Honor, to relevance, Judge.
Overruled.
I don't know what time I kicked him out
Okay,
the
so
house.
You're saying you never did?
Out of my home?
When you're separated, you're living alone, did you have Billy come over? Did you
No.
pick him up and take him over there, or somebody dropped him off and then you got in an argument and you kicked him out?
Yes. I'd pick him up, he'd come over, he's supposed to use my vehicle to go look for a job. And he didn't like at the fact that I had rules in my home. It wasn't his home, it was my home.
Okay, and then why did it, if he didn't find a job during the day, why did it take you so long, till 2 o'clock in the morning, to kick him out of the house?
Because he was just arguing with me, and I told him the door's right there. If you don't want to be here, the door is right there, you can leave. And he would leave.
You did not offer to give him a ride at all?
No, I'm not. I have to go to work the next day.
Okay. Ma'am, I saw you as you walked in, you're able to walk, you're able to function normally. Are you working at this time?
No, I'm not.
Have you filed for disability?
I have been, but I have not been approved for disability.
But you have filed.
Yes, I have.
Is there something that you can't do, type?
I don't have energy. I don't process food like anybody else.
So you just lack energy?
I
tired.
lack energy. I have PTSD. I have trauma. I am unable to drive due to the PTSD that I have.
So you're at home most of the time?
I am at home for right now. Yes.
All right. and you're telling us that you're not gonna be able, you're not gonna be able to work anymore.
I don't know. I'm always going to be in recovery for all the injuries that I have. I don't know when I'll be able to work. My doctors at this time have told me I am unable to work.
Have they told you that at a point in time you'll be able to work?
They don't know.
They don't know either.
They don't know. They tell me they don't have a time.
So there's a possibility that you will be able to work.
Yes, there is.
Okay, great. Good for you, Erica.
Thank you.
Okay? We all hope that you do get better and you're able to have a normal life, okay?
Thank you.
All right. When you were separated, you were working at the time, right?
Yes.
And what kind of job did you have?
I was an alternate administrator for a provider agency, and as well as data clerk for a home health agency. At the time of the shooting, those were my two jobs.
Okay, before the time of the shooting, what else did you, what kind of job were you have?
I was a waitress.
At what place?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, as to relevance, Judge.
Judge, it's taking her a few seconds to answer. I just want to know what the answer is. Where is she a waitress at? What bar?
Your Honor, it's not relevant, Judge.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, were, other than just being waitressing at that place, were you doing something different? Like where you had to perform or anything?
Objection
no.
as to, may we approach, Your Honor?
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm also gonna ask the court to advise counsel to not do that, because this is the second time you do that today, going against the court's orders, Judge, and asking questions against the court's orders.
I asked a different question, Judge, so I don't.
I didn't recall ordering anything in that regard, but, yeah, let's abide by the motions in limine, if you would, Mr. Vega. Let's proceed.
Okay. Erica, okay, so you had a different type of job, and then you were working as administrative assistant, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, since that last job you had, and the after the incident, there's been no more. You've been out for a whole year, so you haven't really started looking for a job. You can't right now. You can't, right?
No.
Okay. And who's taking care of your daughter since you can't take care of them?
I'm taking care of them.
But that requires a lot of energy to chase them.
Well, no, I have an 11-year-old and a 5-year-old,
Right.
and they are aware of my condition, and my daughters are well-rounded, and they understand that I can cook for them, I can, be around them and watch them.
Okay, so you're able to take care of your daughters.
Mm-hmm.
Great. While you were contemplating divorce, I mean, there was no orders in place to keep Billy away from his daughter, right?
I never kept him away from his daughter. I tried to co-parent the best way that I could.
All right, and there was an order put in place so he can't see his daughter.
Those were his decisions to shoot me. That was placed because of what he did.
Did he do anything to his daughter?
That I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so why would they want to keep him away from his daughter?
No object as to relevance, Your Honor,
Overruled.
and speculation as well, Judge.
Why would they want to keep him away from his daughter?
I don't know. That wouldn't be a question for me.
Is that more of an action of hatred? Like
To
try to
who?
get him back for him?
Objection to asked and
No.
answered, Your Honor. She already said she doesn't know.
Okay.
I was unconscious
Overruled.
when the protective order was placed.
Do you agree to remove it so he can see his daughter?
No.
Okay, so why not?
He is somebody that is willing to put his daughter in harm's.
He didn't put his daughter in harm.
He did.
How?
By shooting me while his daughter was upstairs.
His daughter didn't witness any of that.
She heard it, and she knows very well what her dad did.
Who told her that? You? Your mom?
She says it.
Who?
She said it. She heard the gunshots.
Right. She didn't see anything happen. She was never placed in harm's way. Was she?
To me, she was.
To you, she was, okay. And that was the reason that you used to basically just terminate his rights with his daughter.
That was his choice.
And you're saying that that's just not, just out of
That was his
retaliation and
choice.
hatred, isn't it?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered, and also argumentative, Judge.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. You can answer, ma'am, if you know.
No, I believe they were his choices that caused this.
Judge, that's all the questions I have of this witness.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Brief redirect. Mr. Vega asked you right now, or he commented how you walked in normally. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 51 again. How is your life normal now?
My life isn't normal. I do not eat meals like everybody else. I eat very small meals. I am not allowed to eat any fast food whatsoever. My digestive system is so complex that it scares me all the time because I do not know if I'm going to burst my intestine. I don't know if I ate too much. I don't know if I ate too little. I'm unable to sometimes store energy. Just the simple food that I eat, from the energy of having to process the food, I get tired. Simply tired, exhausted. You could see it in my face. My blood pressure runs low. I'm pale. I feel like I'm gonna pass out.
Are you on medications at this time?
Yes, I am on medication.
How many medications are you on?
At the moment, I am on 4 medications that I take, which are all due to, one is for my abdomen. The other 2 are for the anxiety and the depression that I have. And then I take one for whenever I have nausea. If I throw up too much, I can burst my incisions that I have on the inside, which would cause leakage in my abdomen and having to go to the hospital again.
Do you take any medications for pain?
I don't. I choose not to take medication for pain because it makes me really drowsy. So I don't take medication for pain, nor do I take any medication for my nerves, my nerve pain.
So how do you feel right now?
I'm in pain. I'm in pain when I walk. As I'm sitting down right now, my back is hurting really bad. I can walk, but I can only walk for a certain amount of time. I have a double compound fracture on my right foot, which is a bone not healing. It's held with screws and plates.
How did you get that injury on your leg?
When Billy shot me and when I crashed, I came to find out that I broke my foot when I crashed.
Now, you mentioned that you can't drive due to PTSD. Why can't you drive?
1, because my abdomen is still open. 2, it's all the anxiety and the PTSD that I have. I kind of sometimes lose track. Certain things, loud noises, bangs, honking, or if I see another vehicle and I feel like they're gonna hit me, I start panicking and I just freeze. I don't do anything.
Did you have PTSD prior to the date of June 1st, 2024?
No, prior to June 1st, I lived a very freely, carefree life. I really never believed anything bad would happen.
Do you want to be normal?
I would like to. I would not like to feel like I'm crawling on my skin all the time. The anxiety that I have it's not a body experience. I don't have control over myself. I don't have control on the way I can feel. And it absolutely feels horrible due to the fact that I never had to feel this before. Never had to feel it. I never had to feel having to look over my shoulder all the time.
Why do you feel like you have to look over your shoulder all the time?
Because I don't trust anybody. I don't trust nobody that's around me all the time.
And why is that?
Because I trusted somebody and I trusted that they would not do something like this, and they ended up doing it. And the one person that stated that they loved me ended up being the one to do this.
And who was that?
Billy.
Pass the witness.
Ma'am, you mentioned that Billy may have had a problem with alcohol, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, do you think that all the abuse that you gave him might have led to that?
No, he was already...
Did he get treatment for it?
That I'm aware of, he did go and get some treatment for it.
I know there was an incident where you know, you might have a habit, I don't know, but did you ever get treatment?
No.
No? Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Your Honor, we have nothing further. We just want to admit state's demonstrative 3, just for the record.
No objection. Submitted.
And nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, subject to recall, either side?
Yes, subject to recall for punishment.
All right. Ma'am, you've been released for the first phase of the trial, so you're welcome to leave or stay in the courtroom, whatever you want to do, but you'll be on call in the event we reach the second stage.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can step down and do what you want to do as far as staying or going. All right, the state's next witness.
This time, Your Honor, state rests.
All right, Mr. Vega.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I get a minute to gather my people?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested its case in chief on the first phase of the trial, so at this time I'm going to give you a little early recess, take 15 minutes, and then we will resume with the defense. Court, would everyone rise for the jury, 15-minute recess.
All right for the jury.
Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. Members of the jury, we took a recess. The state had rested its case in chief, and I'll ask the defense to proceed at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, I'm gonna waive my opening. I reserved.
Yes, sir.
Waive it. I'm gonna call my first witness.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna call Mr. Billy Delgado, Judge.
All right, Mr. Delgado, you want to come up to the witness stand? You solemnly swear the evidence of the testimony you're giving the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
And your lawyers advised you on your constitutional privilege not to testify, and understanding that you agreed to waive that and testify before this jury, correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. All right, adjust the microphone. Try to speak up so everybody can hear you, sir. Mr. Vega, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Billy Delgado.
Mr. Delgado, how old are you?
I'm 35 years old.
Okay, sir. And where are you from?
I'm from Laredo, Texas.
Okay, and you lived in other places?
Yes, sir.
Where?
I lived in Arlington, Texas, and Mansfield, Texas, and Laredo, Texas, and San Antonio, Texas.
Okay, you were born here in Laredo?
Yes.
And what's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Maria Concepcion Delgado.
And your dad's?
My stepdad is Luis Delgado, and my real dad is William Bloom.
Your biological dad is William Bloom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your mom's maiden name?
And Maria Johnson.
Okay. You went to...
I went to United High School.
United High School, okay. Where else after that?
I went to South Texas Vocational Institute. I became a combination welder.
And when was that, sir?
In 2016, I started school. In 2017, I finished and graduated in trade school as a combo welder.
And you were how old at that time?
I was about 27 years old, sir.
Okay. And before you became a welder, were you working here?
Yes, I was working in a staffing agency as a forklift driver.
You have another child from another relationship, right?
Yes, I do.
And what's the name of that child?
My son is 11 years old, and his name is Israel Delgado, and he lives in Fort Worth with his mother.
Okay. And you said you had lived in that Dallas area, the Fort Worth area. Is that where you met the mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long were you with her?
I was with her for about 5 years.
Okay. And then you separated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you still see your son?
Yes, I see him on the summers. I get him for a whole month, and I see him when he doesn't have school for the most part.
You have a good relationship with both the mom and the son?
Yes, I
I'm
do.
gonna object to relevance, Your Honor.
Okay, so you've done your best to try to raise your son?
Yes, I have, sir.
Okay. And after you left the Dallas area, you came back to Laredo?
I moved to San Antonio, and I started going to trade school, sir.
Okay. And then you moved back to Laredo?
When I finished trade school, I moved to Mansfield, Texas, to start working in the industry as a welder.
All right. And where does Erica Torres come into play?
I was living in Arlington, Texas, and Miss Torres had DM'd me, and we linked up, and she went to go live with me in Arlington, Texas.
Oh, okay. I always thought you guys met reunited here. But so she went up to Arlington after she messaged you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long did you live in Arlington with?
I would say about a year at the most, if that.
Okay. And then you moved?
Yes, we moved to San Antonio.
Did you experience any problems with her in Arlington?
Yes, we did. We had our arguments here and there, but she threw a weight at me and missed one day, and that's when we decided to split up. But then we talked about it, and we ended up moving together back down to San Antonio.
Okay. So there was only one incident there where she got physical?
In Dallas, yes.
Okay. And then you moved back to,
We went to we lived with my family for a little bit, and then we came to Laredo for the most part during COVID.
okay. I believe there was testimony, she said that you guys were in San Antonio, right?
Yes, we were in San Antonio.
How long?
Less than a year.
Less than a year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you live in your own apartment?
Yes, we had a condo in Alamo Heights.
Okay. And did you have any incidents there?
Yes, that's where I pressed charges for the assault on the first time she hit me, sir.
Oh, well, you were still in San Antonio?
While we were still in San Antonio.
And I guess she went to court, took care of that case, right?
She went to court, took care of it, and we were still living together at the time, yes, sir.
And what did she do in that incident? How did she hit you?
We were arguing because we had a 2-story condo, and both my daughters were playing upstairs. I consider my stepdaughter my daughter. Both my daughters were playing upstairs. They were playing beauty school, and they came down, and the older one had cut the youngest one hair, and Miss Torres snapped and dragged the older one by her hair up 2 flights of stairs. And when I told her, like, maybe you could have handled that different, she said for me not to tell her how to raise her daughter.
And that's how the fight started?
And that's how the fight started, and she started coming towards me, and I was like, Erica, stop, and that's when she hit me a couple of times, and that's when the neighbors called the cops.
Okay. You didn't call the cops?
I didn't call the cops, no, sir.
Okay. I know that we brought it up, you were sitting here next to me during the voir dire. That was one of the questions, and I'm going to ask you, somebody already threw a weight at your head, and somebody already assaulted you. I mean, why'd you stay with her after those 2 times?
I mean, for the most part, as a man, you're raised to to deal with those kind of things,
okay,
and just be a man about it. So I decided to be a man about it and be there for my family, what I had at the time.
Okay. So after you said about, what was it, a year in San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
You moved
Yes.
back to Laredo?
Yes.
And that was during COVID?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there was not much going on during that time, right?
No, sir.
I think she said you weren't working at all, you didn't have a job.
No, I was getting unemployment.
Okay, so you were receiving some type of funds?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did any incidents happen after that?
We had gotten in an argument one time at the house, and I was trying to get out of the house, and when I was trying to get away from her, a cologne bottle had fallen on the floor, and she stepped on it, cut her foot, so that gave me a chance to open the door, and I was able to get in my vehicle and skirt off, well, before she got to open the passenger door and continue the abuse.
Okay. And any other times that you recollect?
The time in the vehicle.
The time in the vehicle?
Yes, and after the time in the vehicle, one more time, that was it.
That you remember?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was other incidents when the police were called, right?
Yes, sir.
And those aren't the times that you're mentioning right now?
No.
Okay, so there were other times?
Yes, there were other times that the cops in San Antonio, before that, they had proof, because I was bleeding from the side of the head, so they had to arrest her. Because they took, I gave them permission to take photos.
Okay. I'm not sure, Mr. Delgado, but you said you were bleeding, right?
Yes, sir.
So I have some photos, but are these the photos that I have from that incident?
I believe, no, those were the photos that my 2 aunts, I was at home, we were at home here, we had a condo in Del Mar, and she was hitting me, and all of a sudden somebody rings the doorbell, and out of the blue, 2 of my aunts came to visit, and they were able to, Miss Erica calmed down, and I went upstairs real quick, and I changed my shirt, because it was all torn and everything, because I didn't want my family to know what was going on at home. And so at that point, my aunts came in, they said hi to the babies and everything, and when they left is when I saw my opportunity to go outside and let them know and show them what was going on, and that's when they decided to take pictures of it because I had never told them that Miss Erica was like that.
Okay. I mean, they knew that you argue a lot, right?
Yeah, they knew that we argued, but I would never tell anybody of the times that she would put her hands on me.
Okay. And a lot of these were they just scratches and slaps, or were they serious?
There were scratches, slaps, and punches, all a mix of everything.
Okay. Did you ever brandish a weapon and
Never.
try to shoot her?
No, sir.
Okay.
Except for, I mean,
Well, we saw the video.
yes, sir.
Right. Okay. And we'll get to that. Okay, Mr. Delgado.
Yes, sir.
But I mean, we have we have assaults after assault after assault after assault after assault. You know, you could have lost your cool in between any of those assaults and shot her, right?
Yes, sir, but I wasn't raised to hit women.
Okay. Or you could have punched her out.
Yes, easily, but I don't put my hands on women.
Okay. So when did you purchase this weapon?
The weapon that I purchased was after July of 2023, when the incident happened. I pressed charges, and one of her brothers had just gotten out of prison, so I was kind of concerned for my safety.
Okay. Did anybody make threats against you?
It's happened before to where I've been threatened by her mother and her brother, yes.
Okay. So you felt the need to purchase a weapon?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
That was in not too maybe I would if I can recall, it'd be August of 2023.
All right, it's around that time. You're not certain.
Around the time of after I pressed charges, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you ever assaulted after that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you have a weapon. You're being assaulted. I mean, you could have gone crazy and shot her, right? You didn't do that.
I didn't, no, sir.
All right. So you've already purchased a weapon. You felt the need to have purchased it because of the threats, but you're not using the weapon, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And you said you have one daughter with Erica, right?
Yes, I have a 5-year-old with Erica, and I have a 11-year-old with Megan Lee Bagwell.
Okay. But you love your daughter?
Yes, I love her. I'll do anything to protect her.
Okay. And you've heard the testimony about the lifetime protective order, I mean, and the people have tried to get you to sign documents so you don't have rights to your daughter.
Yes, sir. When they put the lifetime protective order, I didn't even have anybody to represent me in the courtroom.
Okay. Do you want to see your daughter again?
Yes, sir.
Do you love her?
Yes, I adore her with everything.
Do you want to be able to take care of her and raise her?
I would love that.
All right, sir. Now we're talking about a point in time here, and everybody saw the video. I don't think we needed that. Do we need that test done, Billy, with gun residue on your hands to determine who shot?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. So the whole issue here, Mr. Delgado, is whether, why did you shoot Erica Torres? Okay. So let me ask you a few questions regarding that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, let me back a little bit. Your stepdaughter.
Yes.
Were there any allegations concerning abuse with her?
Yes, there was.
And what about
Can I
her?
object to relevance, Your Honor? This is about the stepdaughter, Judge.
It goes to our defense, Judge.
Well, I think it was already discussed to some extent, so I'm not overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Okay. She has a stepdaughter, right? I
Yes.
mean, she has a daughter, your stepdaughter.
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever an incident of abuse?
Yes.
And what happened according to you?
We were living in San Antonio, and Mrs. Torres' family came to visit, and the next day my stepdaughter had what it looked like somebody had hit her in the lip, and she had like a bruise on her neck, and it happened to be Hickey, sir.
Okay. And how did you determine what happened?
Well, we asked well, Miss Torres, of course, because I'm not her father, so I'm not allowed to handle those kind of situations. Miss Torres called her father, and they handled that between them.
Object to hearsay, Judge.
Okay, you were present when this happened?
I was present when this happened, yes.
Okay, so they handled the situation.
Don't repeat what anybody else said, but you're welcome to tell us what you saw or didn't.
Okay, so don't repeat what somebody said, just what you saw, okay?
Yes, sir.
So they handled the situation how?
From what I know, they put her youngest sister in counseling, from what I know.
Okay, so Erica's younger sister was the perpetrator in that case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we move forward. You already have that in your mind, right?
Yes, sir.
There's already been an incident where there was hickeys and by the younger sister, according to you.
Yes, sir.
That's already logged in your brain. Okay, then we move forward now. And take us back to your apartment to the day of the shooting.
Well, the night before, my daughter was taking a shower, and I had asked my roommate Sharon to just watch her real quick while I went outside to smoke a cigarette. And when I came back inside, I went into the bathroom, and I really didn't say anything. I just wanted to peek on her because my daughter was really quiet, and usually she's jumping around in the shower, splashing and stuff. So I kind of peeked in the shower, and she was what looked like she was playing with the vaginal area of a Barbie.
Okay, and that concern you?
Yes. I kind of I reacted in a sense to where I kind of, what are you doing? Yelled, got loud a little bit. And the Barbie went flying out of her hand, so I calmed down and I let her finish taking her a bath, and I took her to the room, changed her, put a cartoon on for she can, calm down because she was crying. And after that is when I started asking her, where did she learn to touch a Barbie in those areas?
And the response?
Her response was she kind of just tried to change the subject. She tried to just, my daughter's very smart, little girl. She just kind of changed the subject, and so I started asking her, I started with my family. I started asking her who has been touching. She had to have learned from touching the Barbie. Where did she learn that from? I started naming family members of mine because my daughter's always bouncing around with my family and Ms. Torres' family. And I started with my family, started going down the list of people, asking her, was it this person who touched you? She started saying, no, Daddy, it wasn't that person. And I went down the list. She said, no, no, no. And then I went over to Ms. Torres' family. I started going down the list of people, and when I got to Mr. Louis Torres' name is when she kind of started crying and held me and told me that that it was him that touches her TT.
Okay. And who is Louis Torres?
Erica's brother.
Okay. Is he the one that's been in prison?
Yes.
Do you know what for?
No.
Okay. So their family knows what it means to have a family member in prison.
Yes, sir.
What it feels like.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in your mind, so you already have the previous abuse stepdaughter, and now you have this of your daughter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so take us, what happened the rest of the night?
Well, I was thinking how I can approach Ms. Torres, because every time I approach Ms. Torres, she tells me that I'm acting like some sort of investigator or something in her terms. Because 2 weeks prior to that happening, she had came to drop off my daughter, and my daughter had a big knot on her head, and she said that it happened at school. And when I told her that I was going to go to school and get the incident report, she freaked out and said, oh, you're always acting like an investigator. Why do you have to do that? And I never got the paperwork from the school. So I figured if she's been abusing me this whole time, that she was abusing my daughter as well.
Okay. So now we have a family member that has access, and you have Erica was giving him access to your daughter, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And So that night, did you do anything else or just go to bed?
I put my daughter to bed and I got as much rest as I could, thinking about how I was going to approach Miss Torres.
Okay. So now you're placed in a position where you're separated. She's got friends in high places, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, she already told you that you're not going to be able to do anything to her because she has a friend here at this courthouse.
No, she said, it doesn't matter what I do or how I do it, that she's never going to lose because of her aunt, Becky Palomo, is a judge and she can get away basically with anything, in other words.
That's what Erica told you.
Yes.
Whether she can do it or not is up to somebody else, not her.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, but that's what she told you.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you have all these thoughts in your head. There's no way out because you're not going to get help here, according to you, right?
Yes, I've pressed charges multiple times. I did the report in the vehicle. She got seriously bodily injury, 2 counts of child endangerment, and nothing ever happened to her.
Okay. Anything else?
As in what?
Okay. So you have all these. All these things are going around in your head, right? All the previous abuse and stuff like that. You're not able to get a whole lot of sleep that night, right?
Yes, sir.
So what happens in the morning?
So the following day, we wake up. I made my daughter pancakes as well for my roommate. I made breakfast, and I was thinking about how I was going to approach it. So I decided I would call Miss Torres, and so when I called her and I told her I needed to talk to her, something was going on with my daughter, she says, "Oh, there's always something going around with my daughter. That's why I never give it to you, because you're always investigating her," and hung up the phone. Or she said, "I'm on my way," and she hung up the phone.
Did she threaten you by, you're never going to see your daughter again?
Yes, and somewhere in there where she says, "This is why I never let you have the baby," and I figured that she's never going to let me see the baby again, especially if I tell her that her brother was fondling with my daughter.
So at this point, your whole world is crashing in. I mean, you got an abuse on your daughter. You have no way to help her.
Yes, sir.
She's already threatened to take your daughter away. You're not going to be able to see her. What was the objection? I didn't hear it.
Leading.
Okay. So what do you have in your mind going into this?
Well, after I told her that and she hung up the phone, I guess she wasn't too far, and I snapped. It's when I completely lost. I figure I lost my temper. I blacked out, and I unloaded my weapon on Miss Torres.
Okay, but you have. I mean, you're trying to defend your daughter from being sexually assaulted, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that what you're doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I didn't know what was gonna happen to her if I let her go with her mother, because her mother's an abusive woman, and what if she would have done something to my daughter?
Okay.
For telling me that what happens at her home.
All right. And this weapon, it wasn't an illegal weapon, right?
No, sir. I don't have a prior record. I have a DWI in 2011. That's about it. That's why I was able to own a weapon.
Okay. You don't have a felony. You've never been convicted of a felony in this state or any other state.
I've only been convicted.
Have you been convicted of a felony in this state or any other state?
No, sir. I've only been convicted once in 2011 for a DWI.
Okay. And how old were you?
I was 22, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And, okay, so you're able to carry a weapon, you're able to have a weapon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you weren't committing any illegal act when this shooting took place, right?
No, sir.
And you already told us that you were protecting your daughter from a sexual assault, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you thought you were doing.
I didn't know what would happen. What else? I mean, Ms. Torres has, after I pressed charges in 2023, kept me away from her. Even on her birthday, I wasn't able to speak to her that year or see her.
Okay.
I haven't seen my daughter for her birthday since 2023. 2022 was the last time I saw my daughter for her birthday.
Okay. Erica's not the one sexually abusing your daughter, right?
No, she's
Okay.
physically abuses my daughter.
Right, but she's the one in control of your daughter.
Yes, sir.
Objection to leading, Judge.
Is she the one in control of your daughter?
Objection to leading.
Yes, sir.
Overrule.
And so is she given access to anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is one of those persons Louis?
Yes, sir. They used to live together, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Louis Torres, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, in order to protect your daughter, I mean, you have to do something, right? To get from daughter getting to Louis.
The last thing I would have ever thought is nobody deserves to be shot. Nobody deserves to be shot.
Right.
Trust me, I regret it every day. I wish it would never happen.
But
But it happened.
Go ahead.
But it happened, sir. And I felt like I was left with no choice.
Was that your way in protecting your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you've been through a lot, so you thought this was reasonable, an unreasonable attempt to defend your daughter?
I didn't think it was reasonable to shoot anybody, but that's what happened.
Well, that's the only option you had at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at that time, it was reasonable. Was that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They made it seem, Billy, like after the shooting took place, that the car stopped. You just kind of walked toward the car and then went up. Is there something else that you wanted to do?
No, sir. I like I said, during those few seconds of that happening, I was in a complete rage and was blacked out.
But I mean, you've been slapped, had weights thrown at you, kicked. I mean, you've been abused all this time, and you didn't break into a rage.
I guess from everything that I've had, all those times bottled in, never doing anything at those times and moment, bottling in and bottling in and bottling everything in, and then finally finding out that something's happening to my daughter, I completely lost it, sir.
Okay. You said when the car approached, I mean, Mr. Delgado, if you wanted to kill her, I would think you would let the car stop, roll down your window, and then shoot her and kill
Objection,
her.
Your Honor. Opposing counsel is testifying.
Is that what?
Sustained.
Okay. Wouldn't that be, what would be an easier way if you wanted to kill her?
I wouldn't want to kill her, but I guess if you would say an easier way to kill somebody would be to let them get off the vehicle.
Okay. Or stop the vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was never your intent, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Your mind.
I was shooting towards. I guess I was shooting towards her vehicle in her direction. Yes, sir.
And you had, I think, they saw a total of. Did you have the gun in a box, or how did you have your gun?
I always carry it's small enough to carry in my pocket. So after I bought it, since as long as it's concealed, I'm allowed to carry it anywhere, and it fits in my pocket. I always carry it in my pocket.
Okay. And I don't think we saw the video, but I think I saw it, where you basically disappear before the police come down. Where did you go? After the shooting, where did you go?
I was I believe my mother had called me, and I was on the phone with her.
Okay. Did you ever go upstairs?
I went upstairs to put the pistol and the 2 magazines on the chair because I didn't know how the police were going to respond when they got there.
You didn't want to have any problems with the police?
No, sir.
In fact, you followed their instructions?
Yes, sir.
You got on your knees. We all saw it on video, right?
Yes.
He handcuffed you. You didn't want anybody else getting hurt?
No, sir.
Okay. You already told us you're very remorseful for what happened.
Yes, sir. I wish it would never happen.
Okay. Do you think, Billy, if you wouldn't have heard that your daughter was abused, and You've never been assaulted so many times before that this incident would have happened?
No, sir.
Your Honor, can I have just 1 second, please? A couple of seconds here. Okay, you didn't do anything to provoke Erica, and then you responded with a shot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I already asked you whether you were committing any criminal violations at the time. You weren't.
No, sir.
Okay. Judge, that's all I have. My client.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could just have a moment.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Delgado.
Good afternoon.
So we just heard a lot from you. So let's start off by saying this. You realize you're on trial, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You agree you shot Erica?
Yes.
All right. You would agree that you caused serious bodily injury to Erica?
Yes.
You would agree you used a deadly weapon?
Yes.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, we're going to play State's Exhibit 4. Mr. Delgado, you ambushed Erica that day, right?
No, sir. I was...
No, it's a yes or no question. You ambushed Erica that day?
No.
Did you let her know that you were going to shoot her when she arrived? Yes or no?
I didn't even know I was going to shoot her when she arrived.
Okay. Yet, you didn't warn her, right? So you surprised her by shooting her 10 times that day?
No, sir.
It's on video, Mr. Delgado.
I did shoot her 10 times that day, but I didn't shoot her planning that I was going to shoot her.
Mr. Delgado, you're waiting for her. You called her to come over.
I called her to come over, but when I snapped when she told me what she told me on the phone, what happened in between me hanging up the phone and after what she said to the time that I shot her, I was in rage mode.
You believe this enraged mode is some form of excuse?
No, I'm not giving no excuses, sir.
So then you were conscious of what you were doing?
For those split seconds, I wasn't.
So is it an excuse or not? Because you're saying you were enraged.
I don't know what you consider an excuse.
You intentionally called Erica over.
But
yes. Correct?
But that's not what you said. You said if I considered it an excuse. I don't know what you consider an excuse, sir.
Mr. Delgado, let me break it down for you. You called Erica Torres over the date of June 1st, 2024 to your apartment, correct?
Yes.
You told her, get here now, correct?
No.
You told her, come over to the apartment?
No.
What did you tell her?
I told her that I needed to speak to her. I needed to come to the house because I needed to speak with her, and that's when she made those remarks as in, this is why I never give you the baby.
Okay.
So yes, I guess you would say I did tell her to come to the house.
Thank you. Now,
but not intending to shoot her.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. Now, when she's coming over, you met Erica with bullets, correct? Shooting at her? You would agree with that?
I don't understand that. I don't understand what you mean
When
by
Erica
met her
arrived-
with bullets.
When Erica arrived, you immediately started shooting at her, correct?
As according to the video, yes.
Okay. At this time, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 5. Mr. Delgado, you're walking up to Erica's Kia Soul there, correct?
In the video, yes.
Because you were walking up to her to kill her, correct?
No.
You were walking up to finish the job?
No. I don't know what was going through my head at the time. But it does look like on the video that I was approaching her vehicle.
Well, it wasn't to check on her, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No, like I said, I was blacked out at the time from so much rage. But yes, it does look like I'm approaching her vehicle.
So you say you blacked out. When did you come to?
I guess I would say as soon as I was walking up the stairs to put my pistol back on the chair.
And when did you say that you blacked out?
When she told me what she told me on the phone and we hung up. And she hung up.
Okay. And was this before you were, because you heard Ms. Estrada testify, so you blacked out after you were at peace making pancakes that morning? Happily making pancakes?
No, my daughter was inside playing with Miss Estrada in her room, the sorry game, and that's when I told her I was gonna go outside, and I went outside and made a phone call. She doesn't even know about the phone call. I was outside when that phone call was made.
Okay, but you testified earlier that the night before your daughter told you about this, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you went through a list, right? That you started with your family?
Yes.
And then you went to Erica's family?
Yes.
You realized that how many people did you rattle off? How many names did you rattle off to your daughter asking her?
I don't recall. I just went through everybody.
Everybody?
On my side, everybody. On her side, about 3 or 4 people.
And you said that your daughter at some point just finally cried and said, yes, Dad, this happened.
No, not at some point. When I brought up his name, she was coherent and listening to the names that were coming out of my mouth and telling me yes or no.
Okay. Mr. Delgado, you saw Investigator Vaquera testify earlier here today, correct?
Yes, but I don't recall who Mr. Vaquera looks like.
Okay. Well, do you know that children are supposed to be interviewed by a trained specialist? Yes or no?
No.
You know,
I don't know how that process works.
Okay. Well, children are interviewed because they are highly susceptible to being influenced when someone asks them constant questions. And you were asking your daughter constant questions. You would agree with that, correct?
I only asked her one question, sir.
You just said you listed off a bunch of names until she finally said
That's
yes.
not asking her questions. I asked her one question and then I started giving her names.
I'm going to object to non-responsive, Your Honor. You gave her a bunch of names, correct? And
After.
I would object. It's been asked and answered. I don't know where he's going.
this.
Your Honor, because he's under oath and he's saying that he didn't ask her a bunch of questions, but he's asking her, did so-and-so, did so-and-so, did
I'll
so-and-so.
overrule the objection, go ahead.
You realize each time that you ask her a person's name, that is a question, correct?
Oh, I guess if that's what you're saying, yes. I asked her one question and I started stating names.
Okay.
But yes, if I'm asking her, was it this person, I guess you would consider that a question.
And yet you somehow landed on Uncle Louis, right?
Yes. After I listed a bunch of people, yes.
Okay. Now, after this video was taken, you got arrested, right?
Yes, you know this. They told you that.
Yes, we're just doing this for the questioning. Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Now, when you got arrested, you went to LPD, correct?
They took me to the police station.
To the police station. All right, and prior to that, you had already confessed, yes, I shot her, I did what I did, I'll take my consequences, correct?
I do not. I recall telling the police officer that I unloaded my clip. I don't recall telling him that I'm willing to deal with the consequences.
Okay. You don't remember telling Officer Amezquita, I'll deal with the consequences?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling your neighbor while you're in the back of the cop car?
I remember yelling out to my neighbor that my daughter was violated, yes.
Okay.
I don't recall ever saying that I'm willing to deal with the consequences.
No. I'm going to ask you, you said you were taken to LPD?
Yes.
All right, you remember going to LPD?
I remember getting there, yes.
Okay, you weren't in the supposed blacked out stage still?
No, sir.
Okay, so then you remember your interaction with Mark Vela?
I do.
Okay. You remember telling him how Erica has a rap sheet and you don't have a rap sheet, so you don't deserve this? Do you remember that?
I don't think I ever said I don't deserve this, but I do recall what me saying that I don't have a rap sheet and she has a rap sheet, yes.
Okay. You remember bragging about Blasa Bloom?
I wasn't bragging about it, I was just stating.
What were you stating?
Her name. That she's my relative.
Okay, no, you didn't just say that she was your relative. You said, go look at the pictures, right?
What pictures?
You told, when the officer said, who's Blasa Bloom? You said, go outside. She's my grandma, first police captain of Laredo.
I never said, I don't recall saying go look at the pictures.
It's in evidence.
But if it is in there, I guess yes, I said a lot of things that day.
In fact, you use that. You tried to use that as leverage, correct, with Erica?
No, sir.
You would always tell her, I know LPD?
Never.
You never told her that?
Never.
So you wouldn't use the fact that your grandmother was an LPD and that you knew the police?
Never. My grandma has not been a part of my life for a really long time, sir.
Then why would you say that Blasa Bloom's your grandma?
I just stated it just to state it, sir.
Did you state it so that they would take off the cuffs and let you go that day?
I would never think they would do something like that, sir. That would be ridiculous to even think that.
Well, I guess you were thinking ridiculous that day.
I don't see how, but if you say so.
Now, you said that you stayed in this relationship because you're a real man, right?
Along those lines.
You said a real man deals with this?
I said a real man deals with what he has to deal with, and yes.
So a real man shoots his wife while she doesn't suspect it? Is that what a real man does? Because that's what you did there.
No, sir.
So you're not a real man?
I would say I degraded myself that day.
You said you weren't raised to hit women, right?
Never.
Were you raised to shoot women?
Neither.
You said you love your daughter?
I adore her with everything. I'll do anything for her to protect her.
Did you think that when you went upstairs that day that Emmy was going to be proud of you for killing her mommy?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I'm asking you. Did you if you love your daughter, did you think that you were going to go back upstairs to your apartment that day and that Emmy was going to be proud of you for killing her mommy?
I didn't think I was going to go upstairs and explain to my daughter anything.
Did you believe that Emmy was going to be happy that you shot her mom?
No.
Mr. Delgado, you expressed that you're remorseful for what you did, is that correct?
Yes.
You expressed that you regret what you did that day, is that correct?
Yes, I ask God for forgiveness, and hopefully one day Miss Erica can forgive me.
Did you regret this the moment you did it?
Yes, right after that.
Right after that?
I would say it was thought. It was in my head that I should have done that.
So you regretted it from the moment you shot her? Even though you were smirking there at LPD, laughing about it, acting like if you just threw out the trash?
No, that was how I felt towards the cop because he was getting smart with me, so I got smart with him.
Okay. Mr. Delgado, you've been in Webb County multiple times, correct? Webb County Jail?
Not multiple. This is my first time.
2 times, correct?
For this incident, yes.
Okay, you were arrested initially after this incident?
The day of, yes.
Yes, and then you turned yourself in, correct? The second time?
The second time I turned, I bombed it out with no restrictions, and then.
I want to object to this line of questioning. What's
I'm going to establish the foundation right now, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You use the jail phone calls? You use the phones in the jail, correct?
Yeah, I did.
Excuse me?
I did.
You did? All right. I'm going to tender what's marked as State's Exhibit 52. First, let me show it to you. While you're at the jail, when you use these automated systems, they say that they record, right?
Yes.
They say that this call is subject to recording.
Yes.
It is an automated machine.
Yes, sir.
And by pressing and taking part in the conversation, you consent to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you use the jail phones, correct?
Yes,
Freely
sir.
and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit this.
I can't tell which phone call that is by just a USB.
It serves purpose, Your Honor, due to his regret and remorsefulness.
Yeah.
And we've tendered this already to defense.
What is the objection?
Which number is it?
It's going to be State's Exhibit 52.
Do I have 52? Is it labeled 52? Can I hear it before they play it, Judge?
Well, can you identify it to what you tendered to him? Is it numbered in some way, shape, or form?
It's in some form of USB, Judge. We tendered him all the jail calls of the defendant.
Yeah, but what label is that? What number is it? Like, which is a DVD 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9?
It should be 8.
It's in the defense's possession, Your Honor.
All right, so what's the objection, Mr. Baker?
I have none, Judge. I just wanted to make sure that I had it.
All right,
Because
you may proceed, it's admitted.
Permission to publish State's Exhibit 52, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance.
your call has been accepted. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Verdad?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object, you can't hear what's being said?
It gets higher, Your Honor.
Do they have a transcription of it?
Your Honor, I could ask him if he's able to identify the voice in the call.
Well, but not, it's not only that, Judge, it's, the objection is that you're gonna hear.
They're higher in the volume there. You gotta
Is
go.
So
there a way to get the volume up?
Right.
Yes. It's gonna get higher, Your Honor.
All right, let's see what happens. I'll overrule the objection.
That's why you did it. I did. I mean, okay. Don't you take medication? No, I take medication? No. Okay. Torres. Aggravated. Billy, necesitas que ayudarte a ti mismo, Billy. ¿Entiendes? No, Billy, necesitas que ayudarte a ti mismo. No te justifiques que Erika y si Erika le ayuda. Justifícate decir que tú tienes que ayudarte. No te quieres ayudar. Las cosas pueden ser mucho más.
Who are you talking to in this phone call?
It sounds like my mother.
Well, I mean, looking in your right mind would do what you did, son. So how can you take the issue? Okay, but you know what? And so you can speak to me and realize. No, I know you're not saying bad words, Debbie. I know, son. But you're not understanding that this was not a slap in the face. And this is when we told our children as growing up to think that we cannot protect people. That you're going to regret. There's only so much we can teach you, and only so much.
Mr. Delgado, you said you regret what you did that day immediately?
I said that today.
No, I asked you earlier. I said, did you regret it immediately after you did it? And you said, yes, I did. Correct?
Yes, I thought I did, yes.
Okay, this phone call is dated from June 6th, after the date took place on June 1st. And, play it again, please.
I heard it. That day I did say I did not regret it. I was upset.
That we cannot protect people. There's only to regret. There's only so much we can teach you, and
I believe you said you don't regret a motherfucking thing you did. How about that, correct?
Yes, sir, I did say that day. I was still upset.
Objection to non-responsive. Now,
Your Honor, he's gotta let him answer the question. I don't object to any objection.
Pass the witness.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Okay, sir, you step down, have a seat next to your attorney, please. All right, next witness, please.
Judge, I'm gonna call Vanessa Flores. Do I need to get it myself, Judge?
I think somebody will get him.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Raise your right hand for me. You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony to give in this cause will be the true self you got. Have a seat right over here.
Ma'am, can you, can you please give us your name?
Vanessa Flores.
Ms. Vanessa Flores, how are you related to Billy?
He's my nephew.
Okay, and that would make him your brother's or sister's son?
He's my sister's son.
Okay, and the name of your sister?
Maria Delgado.
Okay. You're from from Laredo?
I lived in Laredo for 18 years, and then now I live in San Antonio.
So after graduating high school, you left?
Yes.
Okay, and you've lived in San Antonio ever since?
Yes.
And what do you do up there?
I'm a digital product manager at USAA.
Okay. You work there at the campus there on I-10?
Yes, for 20 years.
20 years. Okay. Well, my son-in-law works there too. I'll talk to you about it after. All right. And you've been gainfully employed for 20 years there?
Yes, sir.
And you, we're talking here about Billy and Erica. I mean, what have you done to try to help them out?
I was there many times after some of their disagreements when the cops were called to their place. It happened a few times between, the time that they were together and lived in San Antonio.
Well, let's. Are you talking a few times here in Laredo or a few times in San Antonio?
In San Antonio.
All right. So let's take one at a time, please. Mm-hmm. Maybe you could separate them. What incident happened, or?
The one that I could remember. There's a couple, but one of the disagreements that they had called the cops, and I would usually get a phone call either from Billy or Erica or my sister, if my sister was not in town, asking me to come over. The cops were there. So this one time I got a call, and I headed over there to their apartment. I got there, the cops were already there. Billy was outside, Erica was inside the apartment with the girls. And they were questioning Billy because he had marks on his body. And they were asking if he wanted to press charges.
Did he?
At first, he said no repeatedly, and at the end, he said, "Okay, I will." You could visibly see the marks, so I feel like the cops kept asking, and he finally said yes.
Okay, and you were present for that?
I was.
Okay, please only testify to what you saw
Okay.
or you were present to, okay?
Yes.
Okay, that was one of the incidents?
Yes, that was one of the incidents. That was the night she got arrested.
Okay. Did you take care of the children?
I did. I ended up taking Emmy and Bella with me, because Billy and Erica had just had a disagreement, and they were both a little worked up. And Erica was going to jail, and Billy was going to stay behind. So I told him, "Let me take the girls, give you some time." And I just got clothes for Bella because she was in school, and just so that I could make sure to get her to school in the morning.
Okay. And is there another incident that you were present for?
There is another one that I showed up to the apartment. This one, nobody got arrested. I ended up taking Billy home with me that night to give them some time. The cop thought it would be best to give them time because they had just had a disagreement as well.
And the police were there at that one?
Police were there.
Okay. And that's in San Antonio. Anything in Laredo that you were present for?
No.
All right. How do you describe the relationship?
Toxic, unhealthy.
Did you ever advise Billy what to do?
I did.
What was that?
I felt like, and really it was only when they had their disagreements, I told him that I thought it was best that they go their separate ways because they were not a good match. I felt like she brought out the worst in him, or I just saw another side of Billy that I hadn't seen before.
Okay.
For the sake of the girls.
Right. You know what he's accused of, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is Billy that type of person to shoot up people?
No.
Does he love his daughter?
I'm sorry?
Does he love his daughter, Amy?
Oh, absolutely.
Or both of them, actually?
Absolutely.
And his son?
Yes.
And those are the only two incidents that come to your mind in San Antonio, right?
Correct.
All right. Judge, that's all I have with this witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Flores.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Flores, you weren't there that day that Erica got shot, correct?
I was not, sir. I was in San Antonio.
Okay. Have you seen the video
Which video?
of Billy shooting Erica?
No, I have not.
Do you know that Billy shot her 10 times?
No, I did not.
Do you know that he called her over and ambushed her and just shot her as soon as she arrived?
I mean, I've read the newspaper. I've seen the news.
And you said that they were not right for each other, correct?
Correct. Well, that's my opinion.
And that's fine. You just testified to it, right? Would you agree with me that no person, no woman deserves to be shot 10 times, regardless of any situation?
No person.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Okay, not subject to recall, ma'am. You're excused. You can stay in the courtroom or you can leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to call Connie Delgado.
Delgado, would you come up here and raise your right hand for me? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat right over here, please.
Ms. Delgado, can you please give us your full name?
María Concepción Delgado.
Maria, is this your son sitting next to me?
Yes, sir.
And how many children do you have?
3 boys.
3 boys? Have you ever had an incident like this happen in your family?
No, sir.
Okay, what's the age of your oldest boy?
Billy, 35.
Billy's the oldest?
That's my oldest.
Okay, and the second, who's the middle one?
Luis Delgado, 28.
Okay, and after that?
Enrique Delgado, 21.
And what does Enrique do?
Enrique is a third-year college student at Texas A&M and College Station.
Okay, and the middle one?
That's the little one.
Or the middle one, the one in
The middle one is a graduate from, I'm sorry. He's a graduate from Trinity
The university, is that in San Antonio?
in San Antonio.
Okay, so you have potentially you have one college graduate, one's about to graduate, right?
Yes, sir.
And Billy's the oldest.
And Billy's the oldest.
Why didn't Billy go to college like the rest of them?
Why didn't he go to college like the rest? I didn't go to college and I'm a very successful woman.
Okay, so Billy didn't feel like he had to go to school?
He tried it. I tried it. He did. He has he's got a welding degree.
Okay. But you don't have these types of incidents happening in your family, right? Your boys have not been in prison or anything?
None of my boys have been to prison, sir.
Ma'am, they played a jail phone call where Billy's arguing with you and things like that. Is that common that Billy does?
Billy changed after Erica came into his life. His whole persona changed.
He was a different person?
Very different.
Okay. Like what? What changed in?
We noticed the distance in him. She would tell him not to listen to us. Your parents rule your life. Your parents do everything. Stop listening to them. Put things in his head like that.
Okay. Will you ever go ahead?
I believe she carries herself like that with her family, and that's what we noticed that was coming out of our son.
All right. There were several incidents that happened. That I think you were present or came in after they occurred, the assaults, right?
I'm sorry?
Were you ever present after an assault had taken place between Billy and Erica?
Always.
How many times?
Oh, almost every other week.
Okay. And what would happen?
They would argue. My son would end up getting physically assaulted. And we would have to remove her from the house. My sister would take her home.
You talking about incidents in Laredo or San Antonio?
San Antonio.
Okay. Any incidents here in Laredo that you were there?
That I was present? No. That I came to live with my son because of an incident that they had on the highway while he was taking her to one of the domestic violence abuses court cases she has in San Antonio, because she had revoked it with the DWI. So he was taking her there one early morning after she was very hungover from the night before.
Okay. Did you give your son any advice about this marriage? He should leave her or stay with her?
All the time, to her as well. You need to leave my son. You're gonna hurt him. He's gonna hurt you. This is gonna get out of hand. She never understood. She continued dragging him on with her.
Okay. If she said that it was him that was following her around, is that true?
No, sir.
It was her?
She moved to Laredo after a domestic violence that they had in San Antonio, and she persuaded him to move to Laredo and follow her and move out of her father's house. I got my son a townhome, a lease with her on the lease agreement. They lived there. She moved in with him. She wanted him in Laredo.
Okay, and after the lease agreement ended, or they separated?
We kicked her out because she physically abused my son again in Laredo, and that was about all I could handle.
So she's had more than one one arrest or more than one incident in Laredo?
Of her own, yes. She's got a domestic violence abuse that we put charges against her and sat on the DA's desk for over a year and nothing ever happened.
Okay, you do know what happened, that Billy, according to the evidence, the video, that he shot at, not that Erica was shot 10 times, but he shot at Erica 10 times. Is that something that you ever thought your son would do?
No.
That's not within his character?
No.
Does he go out assaulting people, physically abusing people?
No. Erica made him very aggressive. Changed his whole persona, like I said, changed his whole character. And she was a very aggressive, or I don't know if she still is, woman.
Judge, that's all I have of this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Delgado.
Good afternoon, sir.
You would agree with me that you love Billy, right?
I love all my boys, yes.
You spoke to Billy that morning, the day before he shot Erica. Or sorry, you spoke to Billy that morning that he shot Erica, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, he called you before he shot Erica.
No,
correct?
sir, not before. During, I believe.
He called you during?
I believe I was on the phone when it happened.
And you begged him, right, not to do anything?
No, I didn't know what he was going to do. I never begged my son not to do anything.
You told him don't do anything, right?
No, I did not. I said, son, what are you talking about? And he said, Mom, my daughter opened up to me and said that Louis sexually abused me. And she finally opened up, Mom. And I said, and what do you mean by opened up, Mom? Louis did something to her. We need to take it to court. We need to figure out what we're going to do. He stayed quiet, didn't say another word. And then I heard what I heard, which were gunshots on the other side.
So you never told him, son, there's no possible way. I know Emmy. I have her 10 days out of the month. She would have told me something. This is not possible, son. Are you testifying here today?
I told him Emmy would have told me. Emmy would have told me if something happened to her. I've asked her before because Emmy comes to my house every time her mom gives her to me with a dirty underwear, with mucus on her underwear, and I'm curious as to what that mucus is on her underwear. Why her underwear is green and yellow every time she brings her to me. And I cannot get a word out of Billy. How did you get it out of her? She was in the tub, Mom, playing with the dolls. I caught her. And I left it alone. And at night when I lay down with her, she confessed to me and told me what Louis had done.
Would it surprise you if everything you just testified to is not what you told the police that day?
I wrote a statement. I don't recall what I wrote on the statement, but imagine what kind of stress I was in.
Yes, in your recorded interview, you never mentioned the tub.
I might have not mentioned every detail, sir.
In your recorded interview, you're actually telling the officers that you were telling Billy that there's no way this could be true, correct?
Yes. There's no way this could be true. What do you mean? Why didn't Emmy open up to me?
In your recorded...
I raced Emmy.
I'm gonna object.
Yes.
Let's move on. In your recorded interview, you told Billy, don't do anything. There's no way this could be true, correct?
Yeah, don't do anything could mean anything.
You tried to stop him from doing anything, correct? And
I had no idea what he was going to do, but whatever my son was going to do, I said, Mijito, just stop. Whatever it is that I wrote down in my statement that I don't recall.
in fact, he told you, oh yeah, watch this, and then you told the officers you heard bam, 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 you heard the bangs.
No, he said, yeah, just watch, Mom. And then I heard nothing, and I heard absolutely nothing. I thought he was grabbing at me so I could speak to her, so she could tell me what happened, and then that's when I heard gunshots.
So you were carrying a conversation with Billy before you heard him shoot Erica, correct?
Yes, with no idea that that's what was going to happen.
Would you be surprised to know that in your video, you told officers that you doubt Louis ever touched Emmy?
I wouldn't be surprised
Because you didn't believe Billy, right?
because I didn't believe that something like that could happen to my granddaughter.
Because this is something that Billy made up, right?
No, no, sir. It's not something that Billy made up. It happened to my step-granddaughter. She's been abused by one of
Objection, Your
Erica's
Honor.
sister.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not the question.
I'll sustain the objection. Go wait for another question, ma'am.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Judge.
Okay, ma'am, you can step down, not subject to recall either side. Have a seat in the courtroom or you can leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge, defense rest.
Rebuttal.
Stay close, Judge.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard all the evidence in the case. We have to work on the charge, and it's going to take a little while. Then we have to get the final charge prepared, and then I have to read it to you, and then the lawyers get a chance to argue. Then we would ask you to deliberate. Once you begin deliberations, you cannot separate. So rather than put you out after 5 o'clock, what I'm going to do is we're going to get the charge ready, and first thing in the morning when you come, it'll be ready, and I'll read it. Both sides will argue, and we'll ask you to deliberate. The instructions I gave you previously are still very important. The evidence may be closed, but do not discuss the case. Don't let anybody discuss it with you. Don't make any personal investigations, and don't talk about it amongst one another should you get here early in the morning. I'm going to have the lawyers here at 8:30. I would like y'all here at 9 o'clock, everybody at 9 o'clock, so we can go directly into reading that charge. Can't start without everybody. So 9 o'clock in the morning, if you want to get here early for breakfast, you're welcome to do so, but without fail, be here by 9 o'clock. We'll be in recess till then. Would everyone rise for the jury?
All right.
On the charge. You got his?
Judge, I did forward them a copy. I'll forward them a copy right now.